We had 115 players yesterday. Only 69 are left who enter the arena. We've had the Swiss planes. It's time for the 1v1. It's one-on-one matches to decide division placement. Welcome everyone to day 2 of the CrunchLabs Masters. I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev. Alongside me, the Prophet Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Daniel, it's going to be a fun day. It's knockouts, a whole different animal. What are you most excited about today?
Good morning, Tanya, and good morning to everybody. The stakes were very high yesterday, and we felt like every game counted for a lot, particularly toward the end of the play-in. But today, every game actually counts for a lot because, well, there are not a lot of games, and there will definitely not be a lot of games if you get eliminated in the first round. So the pressure starts from the very first moves, Tanya, and so will the intrigue and the entertainment.
You're absolutely right, because in the Swiss plays, there's always time to bounce back. You get that hot streak in and you're in with a chance. When it's a knockout, like the one today, when division placement is at stake, the margin for error for the players is so little, which means more excitement for us. Let's take a look at our tour schedule, because so much is on the line for the players. This is the Champions Chess Tour Season 24. We're already past the halfway mark. This is the CrunchLabs Masters. We've got one more event coming up in September before the big enchilada, the big season end in-person final in December. And Daniel, that's really the golden prize. That's the golden ticket the players want. And one of them who really wants it will be in the arena today, Hikaru Nakamura. How much does this matter to him?
I'm just impressed to use the big enchilada. That's a golden oldie. It's been many years since I've heard that one, but I might have to factor that into my commentary vocabulary. But hey, everybody has to show up today because some of these upstarts like Mikhail Antipov, who are here because they turned in one of their best rapid performances ever yesterday, they want to be destroyers. They want to be upenders of the normal chess routine today. So the top guys, they can't just phone it in. We already know that from previous CCT events.
And it's not just Division 1, because there's also the tour standings. There are tour points on the line for these players. And with the field that you have, you play incredible chess, you might still end up in Division 2 and 3, but our eyes, our focus today will be in the placement for Division 1 that starts tomorrow. And these are the players who have made it into the placement battle. Now, the players highlighted right there: Jan Nepomniachtchi, Jan Duda, Wesley So, Dmitry Andreikin, and Oparin. They get to sit out in round 1 and watch the action unfold, but they will be in the arena for the round 2 stage. You lose in Division 1 placement, you're not out of the tournament. You go down to Division 2, but you're out of that big fight for that big golden ticket to that season end final for in the CrunchLabs Masters. And Daniel, these are the pairings. One of the very fun things about this year's season is that the players get to pick their opponent. They get to choose their enemy. And we had the players who are playing the players who are playing with the white pieces pick their opponents. Is there a pick that particularly surprised you yesterday as we see the matchups on our screen?
Surprises, not so much. I mean, Nakamura Musard, as I pointed out at the end of the show yesterday, is going to be interesting. I want to point to Musard and Aronian as the only two players with 6 out of 9, I believe, who qualified for Division 1. So they're counting their lucky stars because, let me tell you, there was a big group of people with 6 out of 9. So they had the best tie breaks. And when you're happy to be there, you want to make your performance count. So Jules is saying, listen, I didn't even know I was going to be playing the Division 1 placement match. Let me try to make this a memorable one. It's a best of 2. And we know, Tanya, that for the lower rated player, that's a good thing because it decreases the margin of error for the higher rated. What if something happens in the first game? Boom. Suddenly you're in a must-win situation. So I'm looking at these lower rated guys, Antipov, Jules Musard, and obviously the mainstays like Levon Aronian, who faces Frederick Svane, nobody to sneeze at. I'm looking for them to really shake things up today.
And we've seen that storyline in the previous CCT events, the Chess.com Classic. Players who performed incredibly well, like Fabiano Caruana, topping the table in the Swiss plains, actually got knocked out to Division 2 after picking their opponent. So anything can happen. One thing's for sure, there are no easy rounds here. There are no fun rides here. It's only fun for our chat and for us as commentators. And you were talking about all that's at stake, the big names. Well, there is a big group of players also waiting to get into the arena tomorrow. And when I say big, I don't mean in numbers because there are only 3, but look at those big names right there. Alireza Firouzja, Magnus Carlsen, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with a direct placement in Division 1 with their performance on Chess.com Classic. They're just sitting, chilling, and waiting for the rest to arrive. 5 will qualify today for Division 1, Daniel.
The big enchilada is in the middle there. The big chief, a head honcho. The big cheese.
The final
Magnus
boss.
Carlsen, second place in Division 1. And shall we call Alireza the big boss because he beat him twice in May? We talked about that yesterday, Tanya, but obviously that is awaiting us in the future. Today we have some awesome placement matches and so many grandmasters to spotlight who don't get talked about enough in the regular course of events. And also a nice continuity in terms of, the format. We get the same time control as yesterday's play-in. So the players are a little bit more used to it. They're kind of more well adjusted. And so we usually get pretty high quality of play in these knockout matches.
And today they need to bring in the highest quality of play because the margin for error, as we were discussing earlier, is so little. Now we start with round 1 of division placement in Division 1. And it's only a best of 2. The player to 1.5 points wins the match. The one who loses is knocked down to Division 2 placement. It's a 10-minute with a 2-second increment. The winners will go ahead and advance to round 2 today, where it will be a best of 4 to fight in. The losers get down to Division 2. Whoever's out still has got a lot to play for. And it's not just about showing up because, Daniel, we've spoken about this, that Division 2 and 3 has got so much prize fund at stake, but also in itself, it's like a super tournament. The winner of Division 2 directly qualifies to Division 1 of the next event. You get a better placement as well. Mm-hmm. So everything to play for. But once again, all these players are really vying for that the top 5 spot to get into Division 1 today. That's what really matters for them.
Yeah, and listen, anybody who's watching the show who wants to explore what top-level chess looks like these days, what grandmasters are playing in the opening, what interesting 2,600 young players they can look for, old players, they can start watching regularly, go to Chess.com events, go through Division 2 and 3, go through the broadcasts as well. Just a big shout out. There's just so many interesting mini matches, not just in Division 1, but across the board. And everyone's taking this seriously. I mean, there's a lot of money at stake. This matters a lot to everybody who qualifies, no matter the division. So just a big shout out to all of the GMs who and IMs who bring so much effort to the table in every single one of these mini matches. Makes them interesting to watch.
Makes them amazing to watch. And while you've got certain players celebrating where they finish in the lineup in the Swiss Plains, and today you also witness a lot of heartbreaks happening as we did yesterday in the Swiss Plains. There's a lot to fight for, and to make the entire Champions Chess Tour simple for you, here's our little explainer video before we get into all the action from today.
Every Champions Chess Tour event kicks off with a play-in tournament, followed by match play on the second day to determine placement across Divisions 1, 2, and 3. The remaining players then compete in these 3 divisions across 6 days of grueling yet thrilling double elimination knockout chess. All players are battling to earn their chunk of the $300,000 prize fund and tour leaderboard points. But the biggest prize is a spot directly to the live finals at the end of the year. Only the winner of Division 1 will claim that honor. In addition, they and the runner-up both secure re-entry to the top division our next time around. The winner of Division 2 also secures a spot in Division 1, while the winner of Division 3 is guaranteed at least a seat in Division 2 and may even advance to Division 1 through match play.
8 days, 2 stages, 3 divisions. This is the CrunchLabs Masters.
And we're back as the players are getting ready to get going for the Division 1 placement. It was an up and down roller coaster battle for Levon Aronian, one of the 2 players to make it through with just 6 points. We were thinking that you'd need at least 6.5 to make it to Division 1 placement, but Levon Aronian's got to be feeling lucky coming in today. I think a lot of us, he's got a lot of fans rooting for him. But Daniel Swain, He showed incredible chess and incredible fortitude. He's also got a big shot to make his debut into Division 1. What do you expect from this clash?
Well, Svein has an interesting rise to where he is because he's got a brother, Rasmus. Svein or Svane, I think it's pretty understandable who we're referring to either way, who's a very positional player. And he's been a grandmaster for a while. I think Frederick is a little bit younger. Now, Rasmus it has been a known entity for many years. Suddenly, two years ago or so on Chess.com, I noticed this guy, Frederick Svane. I mean, wow, very interesting. Same last name. He's a FIDE master. Completely different style. The guy plays 1e4. Rasmus plays the Catalan. He plays Sicilian. Rasmus plays the Caro-Kann. I'm like, they can't be related. They're polar opposites in terms of their playing style. Then Frederick suddenly becomes a grandmaster. Now he's over 2,600, and he's a super explosive player. Very, very dangerous, and he was showing that yesterday. Of course, almost defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi toward the end, but rebounded, won the last round with black, and qualified to Division 1 nonetheless. Very impressive.
That's going to be a fun fight. And this one's going to be a fun battle as Hikaru Nakamura takes on the French Grandmaster Jules Moussard in their best of two battle. Now, Hikaru, always a favorite in these formats. And we see him do a little fair play check, showing that second camera at the back. I love these BTS that we get before they start. Meanwhile, Jules, he's just sitting and chilling. But Daniel, I've also seen Jules play in tournaments, in over-the-board tournaments, in online chess. He is such a tricky player. You give him an opportunity, he loves to be on the attacking side, playing for the initiative. He's not one to let Hikaru Nakamura get into his head.
Yeah. Jules, very smooth guy, very well-liked personality in chess. He likes his burgers with ketchup and Moussard. And yeah, he's high 2600s GM. I mean, these guys are solid. They don't just go down on their own. And I think Hikaru knows that. And this isn't like the start of a title Tuesday for Hikaru Nakamura. You don't get to just, play your casual, whatever it is that you normally do. You have to prepare, and you have to take this as seriously as you would a tournament match, which it is. Because as I said at the start, for someone like Jules Moussard, an upset would mean a lot. This is a defining moment, confidence-building moment if you can upset someone like Hikaru. Or for Frederick Svane, if you can upset someone like Levon Aronian, that builds a tremendous amount of confidence in your ability to ultimately reach 2,700, which all of these young grandmasters are aspiring to.
Absolutely. But here we are looking at Hikaru, right? And this one means so much to him. He had a skip in the Chess.com Classic. It's only 4 events. Everyone wants that direct spot, that direct golden ticket to the season and final. And we know Hikaru, he just keeps cruising, can't stop, won't stop moving, not to sound like Taylor Swift here, but it's incredible to see him do it time and time again. He's just such a tough cookie. Yesterday, we saw him bounce back, make so many comebacks from difficult positions. In a 1v1, how much is preparation going to play a role here? Are you expecting some opening surprises?
It depends on the player. I mean, someone like Frederick, yes, you're gonna see a lot of prep against Levon. Although Levon is very unpredictable against 1e4. Hikaru, I'm expecting to do what he did yesterday, maybe one knight f3. He was kind of avoiding mainstream theory. Okay, he just played 1e4, so he proves me wrong. But Hikaru has been playing very technical chess. Bishop b5 check in this position. There we go. Right, very positional, steering the game into kind of quiet territory and then trying to outplay his opponent and drag them through a long, boring middle game. It's been incredibly effective, and people always forget how good Hikaru is at, Tanya, technical, just precision chess.
And don't be fooled by this slightly cagey start, going into the Rossolimo with the white pieces, not playing the open Sicilian with d4. Hikaru still wants more in this game, but like you said, he just wants it to be a slow fight. He doesn't want to get into any opening theoretical discussions in an open Sicilian that perhaps Jules would end up playing a knight off, or some complicated line that he's perhaps prepared for Hikaru. e6 on the board. Hikaru the first to take a pause here, and he strikes in the center. Very often, you build up a center with first pushing the c-pawn and then going ahead with d4. Hikaru plays it immediately, and now that Black's knight is already on d7, we can perhaps highlight that difference here, Daniel, that queen takes pawn, the queen out in the open, but it's not feeling so vulnerable because knight c6 is not an option.
Yeah, this sort of it looks like an open Sicilian, right? You get the sort of Scheveningen-like structure. You get a piece on d4, but it's not a knight like it normally is. It reminds me of when I was very little, and my parents, I think, installed this program on the computer that made me think I was, like doing professional adult things like going on the internet and reading my email, but actually I wasn't. So this is like an opening for players who want to feel like they're playing a mainline knight or for a Sicilian, but in reality, it's very positional. And nothing evidences that better than Hikaru's last move. He's playing this kind of Marozzi bind style, trying to establish his control over the d5 square, clamping down on the d6 pawn. And to second that thought, Jules brings his queen out to b6. We could get a queenless middle game here if Musard goes through with this trade, which he does. And there we go. We have a queenless Sicilian middle game. I mean, you don't get this every day of the week. Well, I guess you only get this on Thursdays.
I don't know if I want to say thank God it's Thursdays, because I would have loved to see the queens on the board. And for those who were,
I had to check what day it was, Tanya. I thought it was Friday, actually. Sorry, go ahead.
For those who are joining in and perhaps a newer audience, I just want to point out that, you very nicely said that this is the Marozzi structure in the Sicilian, and that's when white pushes not only the E pawn, but C pawn 2 steps ahead before bringing the knight out. So essentially controlling more of the key squares in the center. And Daniel, I've played these positions with the black pieces, and even though it might seem like it's very balanced and the black has everything in control, it's far from over. The poison is still there in these positions. White has an easier play, more space. There's always this d6 pawn that needs to be defended that can become a target. And it just feels like you have this nagging long-term pressure here with white. Not pleasant to be black.
No, I mean, in an ideal world, at some point, you would prepare the d6, d5 pawn break. And sometimes this even comes with a temporary pawn sacrifice. But it's unthinkable to do that before you castle. I mean, I would still castle. You could make a case that it's sort of this middle ground between middle game and end game. And Jules Musard is making exactly this case. He says, I don't need to castle anymore because I'm not afraid of the same things I would normally be afraid of, which is like a knight sacrifice on d5 or a plan involving f4. Hikaru is not going to do that. Jules might actually be preparing g7, g5 as a way of carving out, I think, the e5 square for his knight. I'm familiar with this idea, but in a slightly different type of position. I really like the way Musard is playing. Very creative, very zesty way of treating this position. This is exactly what you want to do if you're black. You want to play active. You want to get your pieces to the center.
I love it. And you're saying you've seen this in a different position. I've seen this idea with colors reversed. Usually it's white that places the rook on g1 and tries to create this counterplay on the king side. Mm-hmm. Exactly. And now we see f3 played. So making sure that g pawn doesn't step one step ahead, doesn't go one step ahead with g4. Still in the air, but g4 now would be met by that f pawn moving up to f4. So, so I really think that Jules had this as preparation, as an idea. And I won't be surprised, you've said A, you say B, here you've said G, you might as well say H as well. H5, do you think that's on the cards?
Yeah, I mean, H5, H4, trying to carve out the dark square control. It depends on what the priorities are here. I mean, I would start with knight e5, and let me tell you, I quite like black's position here. There's a lot of ways to improve further. You could see the bishop driving back to d8 and then moving up to b6. Musard going for the attack here. The endgame attack with g4. Tanya, you were right. I was expecting the pawn to remain on g5, but no, he's actually saying, no, I'm using the pawns as battering rams to try to shatter white's control over the king side. He ideally wants to play h4, h3, and this is nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, the queens are absent, but that doesn't mean black doesn't have sufficient attacking potential, and Hikaru taking this very seriously, preventing h4.
I love the way Jules is playing here. And this is what we were talking about at the start. His style of play. He doesn't let the fact that he's playing black against a player like Hikaru get into his head. I mean, someone tells Jules the queens are off the board and he's playing with black because he's just going all out in this one. a fun battle already,
Hmm.
but a committal one. Pawn moves, you move your pawn forward, you can never move it backwards. You always leave as a consequence some squares behind, and those are the dark squares here. Now, we pointed out that d6 weakness early on in these Sicilian structures. The bishop from e1 doesn't only stop h4, but it's potentially eyeing a rerouting to the g3 square, where once again it will start pointing at that d6 weakness.
Hmm.
Even though the queens are off the board, this is a very exciting approach by
Oh yeah.
Jules with black. He's going in. He brings the knight to the center as well, opening up that G line. Daniel, I said it a few moments ago that it's unpleasant to be black here. I think I'm going to just eat my words and take all of them back. I am really liking Jules' position here.
Yeah, it's hard to put, the position keeps changing, so it's hard to give a clear assessment of who's playing for the advantage here. I mean, they both are currently, so it all depends on who benefits from this opening of the king side. As maybe nobody, maybe this just kind of fizzles out and Hikaru gets his rook to g2 and you get some trades. But very, very interesting opening that shows not everything always has to be tactical to be interesting. This is a very strategical battle in this early queen trade game, and yet I'm really enjoying watching the maneuvers. I also want to take a quick look at the openings in the other games. I think this one has been the most interesting and the most unusual, but maybe we can quickly, Tanya, zoom out to the bird's eye view. Really lovely graphics here with different colored boards. I'm kind of a sucker for that, I'm going to be honest. But just kind of looking around the horn here, I want to ask you what catches your eye. There was an exchange French, unfortunately. I just want to alert everybody in Antipov versus Kramnik, but that game actually, you would never guess, looking at the unbalanced structure. Caruana Grischuk is another game where things kind of look completely calm, but Fabi has managed to establish a little bit of pressure on his very experienced, time pressure loving opponent, who's, of course, already under 5 minutes, and it's still the opening. And interesting Sicilian, I think, in Svane versus Aronian. I'll give you the choice, Tanya. What catches your eye?
Well, we've checked out on the world number 2, so I think we have to check out on the world number 3. Fabiano against Alexander Grischuk. Grischuk, a former world blitz champion. And yes, he's down by almost half the amount of time on the clock, but that's when his best chess comes out. Anything more than a minute is too much time for Grischuk, so nothing to worry there. And but what about the position? Is there something to worry? Because this last move, the queen jumping onto a4, it comes with a threat. That knight from f3 wants to land to that central e5 square. The rook on c6 is pinned. You're pointing out the other idea of the a7 pawn hanging here as well. That's two threats to take care of, and usually one move isn't enough to do it. Is Grischuk in trouble?
I mean, practically speaking, he clearly is. I mean, he's 5 minutes down on the clock, and not just because he's Grischuk. I know it's a meme, but he's 5 minutes down because he's uncomfortable with his position. Fabiano and Alexander have a very long history. They first played in 2010, and both of them, well, obviously Grischuk was over 2,700, but so was Fabi. I was listening to Call Me Maybe on a repeat loop, and I think maybe Grischuk is starting to panic here. He's just played a6. The eval bar shoots up, and let me tell you why, Tanya. The reason is not because of knight e5. You don't want to, well, you might still keep an advantage with this move, but it's not the best way to maximize your advantage because Black's idea is to play b7, b5, right? Instead, and I'm going to put this on the board, if Fabi makes the very simple move rook ac1, Grischuk is in mortal danger here right out of the opening. Why? Well, what happens if he castles? Fabi simply takes on c6. Okay, Black has to take with the queen, trade, and you're not going for Black's king here. You're going for these horribly weak pawns, and there won't be any pawns very shortly because after 95, Black simply loses c6, and we know that in an endgame, losing a central pawn like this is tantamount to immediate capitulation. Black just loses on the spot here. So after rook ac1, Black can try the move b5, but here White has another idea. White takes on c6, drops the queen back to a3, Tanya. Now Black cannot castle because of White's vice-like grip on the dark squares. Now the knight's coming into e5, a6 is weak, the rook will come into c1. Black is borderline lost if Fabi can recognize the strength of this seemingly non-threatening move rook ac1.
Wow. I mean, we're barely out of the opening and huge troubles for Black to sort. It's all about, that's why everyone, I'm telling you, just castle as quickly as you can in the opening. The first chance you get, so you don't end up, and you can see it on the camera. Grischuk realizes that he's either mixed up the move order, he's messed up something, because suddenly there are all these threats to be taken care of. And this is also really instructive how Fabi's
Hmm.
slowed down right now. He knows that this is a critical moment because the advantage could just shift to him if he finds the right move. And knight e5 is so tempting from a human perspective. Even if, yes, you get b5, white moves the queen away, the rook is still hanging. You want to
Hmm.
calculate all these lines, but
And he's
you
played it.
pointed it out. And I was expecting it because, again, it's just so tempting. It's so hard not to play a move like 95. And I like the square for the queen. It keeps an eye on the a6 pawn. The rook has to fall back. You can't relinquish the c line. Let's say a move like rook c8. And now your idea of rook c1 still remains. Fabi, with another approach, he's striking on the queen side, not giving Grischuk's king the time to get to safety. The b5 pawn is hanging. I
Hmm.
like this as well by Fabi.
This wins a pawn. I mean, it's all variations on a theme. I think rook ac1 was maybe a little bit more accurate, but this is plenty sufficient to keep a huge, maybe a decisive advantage in the context of the time situation. Because if Grischuk plays b4, I think Fabi can just move the knight back to d3 and mop up these delicious queenside pawns. Grischuk now has to castle. This is a matter of life and death. But I'm very surprised at his 13th move, a6. I think he panicked prematurely. Like you said, Tanya, he had to castle and just throw away the a7 pawn. And according to the computer, he was only a tiny bit worse there. I mean, he would get a small initiative in return for the pawn. There was no reason to panic, but we could see him shaking his head, and he felt like he had misplayed the opening. And sometimes when you feel like you've misplayed a position, you end up actually misplaying it. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And right now, Grischuk has a potentially impossible defensive task. He's got 2 minutes. He's facing a position where white has this clean extra pawn on b2. White's got a very nicely situated knight on e5, which, if necessary, could move back to d3 and give a little bit of support for this pawn. I don't see him holding this unless Fabi does something very wrong, or unless the time situation ultimately equalizes. But we know how tenacious of a defender Alexander Grischuk is, how experienced he is. He ain't going down easy, that's for sure.
He's super resilient. And even when he has less time on the clock, he just comes out with incredible defensive technique. And yes, I heard everything you say. But Daniel, I don't think this is such an easy, trivial convert. That B pawn, which is an extra pawn, isn't moving forward anytime soon. Black also has the counter nice post for his knight on e4. The queen and the rook can start doubling up, tripling up on the B file, putting pressure on that B2 pawn. There's a lot of work to be done here for Fabi. It's far from over for me.
We have a result, by the way, in Hikaru
Ooh.
versus Musard. Very anticlimactic. I'm sorry to report to people. They just decided to make a quick draw in that endgame, which it was a possibility that I allowed. But I also want to turn our attention here to Matlikov versus Fedoseev, which is not necessarily the most prominent of the first round matchups. But Vladimir Fedoseev is not someone that you can sleep on. When he's in good form, there is nobody that he cannot beat in a 2-game mini match. And he's proven that time and time again. He is crushing Maxim Matlikov with the black pieces in their first game. Can I quickly switch us over to that game, Tanya? Because Hikaru and Jules have already started their second game with Hikaru taking the black pieces. We'll get to that one quickly as well. But just a check into Vladimir Fedoseev. He is a monster. Look at white's position. This is absolutely miserable. And just a couple of moves ago, Maxime, he ended up making too many weaknesses on his king side. And Vladimir should be able to win this by applying more pressure on this e3 pawn. But there's still a little bit of work required for him.
And even if the bar says that there's perhaps a knockout punch here or something extremely strong, and I think we're probably seeing that being played out right now, so some forcing lines on the board. But even if you just did a SWOT analysis of the position, it's clear to see who has the big strengths in the position. The weaknesses are all with white, with the pawns that are moved far too ahead, the e3 pawn weak, the g3 pawn weak, the opportunities with black to actually get to those pawns by doubling up on that central line, the knight on h5 doing a great job. It can always read out itself on f6 as well. The threats all with black with a healthier pawn structure as well. It just looks like Fedoseev is in driver's seat. And let's also point out that Matlikov, despite finishing at the top of the leaderboard in the Swiss Plains, everyone had picked their opponent, their enemy for round one, so to say, and he was left with Fedoseev. He had no choice but to face the big fish. And a win with black here, and look at that. Rook takes pawn on the board. A win with black looks eminent as Matlakov loses a pawn. He's about to lose that king on g2. Is there any way back from this?
Yeah, he might be down on his Matlock here. He's generating some counterplay. I mean, this is a little bit scary. Queen e6 is coming. Fedoseev has to be careful. And I mean, we saw Nepo screw up a completely winning position against Fedoseev yesterday. Now the shoe's on the other foot. He's got to find rook f5. You see the blue arrow? That means it's...
Is that the only move?
It's the computer showing us it's very important to play this move to keep a winning advantage. And guess what? Not the easiest move to play because it seems to walk into g4. Of course, it doesn't because of knight takes f fork. With a check, the knight on e2 is pinned.
Nice.
If he finds rook f5, he basically wins on the spot because then the d pawn can just full send up the board. But he pauses in the right moment, Tanya. This is a theme we like to emphasize. These players, they not only know how to think, they also know when to think. And they do so very effectively. Let's see if Fedoseev can find it in himself. He doesn't. He goes for the pawn.
Wow.
And why is
that
this
is
wrong?
Brave. That is gutsy, allowing that queen check to get to that black king. And now can you just double down on that 8-7 pawn as well? Other threats like queen d7. You're pointing out rook e8.
Apparently the move is rook e8. Oh, that is not easy. That is just not an easy move to kind of realize the strength of, because if black trades, it's perpetual check. Like out of nowhere. If black trades rooks, queen e7, queen g5, the queen just pursues the king. Now Matlakov has to find an only move, and he suddenly got tremendous drawing chances.
This is incredible. And at first I felt that white can just double down on that black king with queen d7, but then the black knight steps back to f6 and would have kept everything defended. Instead, Matlakov decides to unpin that knight on e2. He just makes a small move, king to h2. You can't blame him. He's playing under 2 minutes. But Daniel, it's still a complicated position. As long as queens are on the board, that black king is feeling as unsafe as that white king. That rook on e7 on the 7th rank, the queen on the 6th rank, now the white knight free. It's game on.
It's game on, and black is currently 3 pawns up, and that is why Fedoseev says, just take whatever you want here. I just want to get the queens off the board, but you got to be careful how you do it. If you play queen f5 check here, I'm actually not convinced that black is winning that endgame. This has gotten tremendously complicated, even after Matlakov misses what seemed to be a drawing move with rook e8. Fedoseev probably should bring his knight back, and he does. And Matlakov, the problem for him is he can't really involve his horsey. It's not coming in, right? He can't go knight d4. Black just takes the knight with the queen. So do you have to play a move like queen takes b7? No, I think that rook e8 might have been his last chance, and I think Fedoseev will drive this point home. We've got some other games that are reaching a time scramble phase. I think we have to take a look at the bird's eye view here really quickly. Fabiano is about to win his game against Alexander Grischuk, and he just did. That's a wrong result. Of course, it's a victory for Fabiano after queen e5. Alexander Grischuk has made it in that position. And I should also point out, Tanya, that Hikaru and Jules, their second game is aborted. We will start the second games at the same time so that we can give all of them equal attention. But I'm also looking at Antipov versus Kramnik on the left side there. Very unbalanced position, and a time scramble is brewing.
Kramnik under 2 minutes right now, so he's got those extra seconds on the clock. Daniel, I still feel that Swain playing against Levon, playing on 15 seconds, should be quickly jumped to that one.
Yes, let's watch the end of that.
End of
Looks like it's a win for Levon, but let's confirm that. Yeah, Levon is 2 pawns ahead here, and he's vibing to his position. And who wouldn't? Look at his knights. Look at D's knights on a3 and c5. Tanya, this is Svein getting taken here to Super GM land, and Levon turning in a very impressive performance if he can drive this one home, which I think he can.
Yeah, it's a brutal land to be in, and you can see it on Swain, on the camera, that he's quite dejected about his chances in this position. Again, we've had Levon win with the black pieces. We've had Fabi win with the black pieces, and that's a huge result. Well, Levon's not yet won, but I don't see Swain surviving
and
this.
Now he does.
Or has he already?
And it's just like, I've had enough of this. I'm done. Can we take take us away from this position and start the
Let's do
second
it.
game, which is going to be a must-win for Black, for Svein. Let's finish watching Antipov versus Kramnik, and it's a blunder by Kramnik. And what a tactic Antipov just uncorked in his game. Bishop to d4. Tanya, this is sick. I'm just going to show this Kramnik.
Look at
The position
Vlad.
is double-edged. Boom, boom. If you take it, it's simple. C takes d4. Black is going to lose an exchange and very likely the game. It's not over, though. Knight f5, you got to try. I don't think Kramnik's surviving this, though.
Yes, and on the camera, it looked like he couldn't believe what he's just walked into, or he was having an issue. I'm not really sure what happened, but bishop to d4, really a beautiful spot there, as you pointed out. Absolute tactical awareness there, wins an exchange, and Kramnik from a great position. I don't even see him defending this. Those three pawns in the center look really pretty and look really strong, but they're going to just end up falling one by one. You can start targeting it, and he does it with his queen to f3. The queen can also march over to h5, looking at those light squares.
But 3 seconds for Antipov, and Kramnik suddenly up on time. Antipov trying to hunt for gold with his queen. I mean, this is going to be incredibly hard to hold for Vladimir here. Antipov is so good in time scrambles. Doesn't trade queens. Correct decision, Tanya. You called it.
D5.
He is poking and prodding and provoking weaknesses. And e3 by Kramnik, seeking some counterplay against White's king. Hold your horses here, literally. That knight on e3. Queen c5, maybe. Still some precision required.
He sidesteps
Kramnik
any
trying.
threats of a discovered check.
King g6. And maybe just trade queens if you're Antipov. Go queen c6 check. Okay, bishop e8 going for mate.
f7 is a big threat. The queen and the bishop are combining against the black king, but Vladimir
Where is
Kramnik
it?
with his own bishop and knight.
Oh!
But g2 is hanging. Can you pick it up? Bishop
Queen
takes
takes
pawn,
g2.
comes with
Queen
a
takes
check.
g2.
Oh, it's not hanging. And
Whoa.
did that just happen?
It did.
Oh my goodness. The knight was pinned. I missed it. Kramnik missed it.
What knight, Tanya? Bishop g6, and now the knight is gone as well, and the wheels have come off. Mikhail Antipov, what composure toward the end of this game. To find that tactic and convert flawlessly. He did that against Erigaisi yesterday. So impressive.
And Kramnik is not happy. I have a feeling it's not just to do with the result of the game. We will keep everyone updated with what is happening there. Daniel, more drama?
Well, I'm going to hold my tongue for now. I mean, obviously, we want to be fair and objective, but I don't know why it
Something's
always
going
appears
on.
that only one person has an issue with losing their game consistently.
Something's definitely going on, and we will keep everyone updated with what happens, but Vladimir Kramnik has to win the second game on demand to take it to Armageddon. He had a beautiful position, but then a tactic on the board saw Antipov get his win against the 14th world champion. These are the score lines. We've had 3 decisive games, Daniel. 3 players, a must-win final rapid game for them. Alexander Grischuk, Svein, and Vladimir Kramnik need to get the job done. Are you expecting some comebacks there?
Well, I think the players, the white pieces, have a more manageable task. So Kramnik will have white against Antipov. I'm expecting 1 e4 and some fire on board there. Frederick Svein, very tough task. He has to beat Levon with black. So let's see what he can bring to the table. And obviously Hikaru versus Mustard. Game 2 should be the decisive one. And the French Grandmaster has the white pieces after some very solid preparation in Game 1. Should be a fun one, Tanya.
It should. And I was really impressed with Jules' approach against Hikaru. Now, holding it on his terms, never being worse with black, going for this idea of advancing his own pawns and just getting a quick draw with black, it's got to be making him feel confident. The one person who looks very confident is Levon Aronian after his win against Antipov. Meanwhile, Hikaru not happy with what he was unable to create with the white pieces. And for Vladimir Kramnik, it was a sad end to that game, Daniel.
And for Alexander Grischuk as well, who I think sort of considered the situation a lot worse than it was. And he was losing by, the 15th or 16th move, but that was because I think he thought he made a bigger mistake than he did, allowing that early queenside pressure. It was a clinical display by Mr. Caruana, who's just gotten better and better at rapid and blitz formats, Tanya, through the years. It's been an incredible ascent for Fabiano, and is firmly part of the elite when it comes to rapid and fast time controls now.
And that journey for Fabi started after the 2018 World Championship match, where Magnus Carlsen essentially made a statement that with his last final round draw, that he wants to take it to tie breaks, believing in his own strength against Fabi, and Fabi did collapse in those tie breaks, in those rapid plays. And after that, we've seen a completely different Caruana. He's been so impressive, even in the Champions Chess Tour Season 23. In this event as well, so far, he won the Swiss Plains in the last Chess.com Classic. These are the results. Now, we've had 3 decisive games. And Daniel, if I had to ask you one player who impressed you the most out of the 3 wins that we saw, who would that be?
Well, the ending of the Antipop Kravnik game was impressive. I have to point to Vladimir Fedoseev. Let's give him some love. I mean, he's a good friend of mine, so I'm a little bit biased. But his ability to just generate chances with either color. Matlikov is one of the most solid grandmasters that you will see with the white pieces. So Fedoseev, he sets the tone with a victory. Now Matlikov has to win with black. He's in the same boat as Frederick Svein, so maybe they'll have a little conference with each other. Hey, how do we do this? Win with black against a solid GM? Well, let's see what they can bring to the table. This is why I love knockouts. You're going to get people who don't normally play tactical openings play tactical openings.
I can't wait for those tactical openings going into this final game of round 1 of Division 1 placement. And I'm so glad that you mentioned the Fedoseev game, because it completely slipped my mind. And it was a brilliant hold by him when Matlakov's queen and rook were coming against his own king. So showing incredible play at the start, getting the advantage, and then also great technique to hold things together and then finish things off. Now, for some players, it is going to be about making a comeback, and they've got to do it with the black pieces. That's a big task ahead of them with little time to turn things around. How do you think, Daniel, these players handle these few minutes coming into this game, knowing that they need to either get to Armageddon or it's goodbye going to Division 2?
Yeah, I mean, you can't force things in the opening to the point where you play something that's losing just so you say you created winning chances. So, you basically see 2 approaches. You see some players, they play like E4, G6, right? Or D4, G6, or a Dutch, something that's, dubious, but unbalances the game from the very first moves. I think the more popular method recently at the top level is to play something more mainstream, but that promises a complicated middle game. And guess what? If your opponent plays a great game and you have to take off your hat, well, then you take off your hat. So I'm not necessarily expecting something crazy by Frederick Svane, but you're also unlikely to see an opening like the Queen's Gambit Accepted, Tanya, or the Berlin. Obviously, you can't play something that allows your opponent an easy off-ramp. So you want that sweet middle ground. And then once you get that complicated middle game, the hard part is actually to win the game itself. It's not just to play the opening.
Absolutely. And then with a 10-minute, 2-second increment, it's really about making sure that you're not only playing the position, your opponent, but also keeping the clock under control, which was so impressive the way Jules Moussad handled it against Hikaru. What are you expecting to be Hikaru's approach? He plays with black. Do you think he's going to be happy to keep things solid and just think that he's perhaps going to be a bit of a favorite? Well, he will be a favorite going into an Armageddon or any format for that matter.
He's shown a predilection toward doing that in previous matches, where if he draws with white in the first game, I've noticed this, he's usually okay with a draw because he has an incredible track record in the Armageddon. By the way, whether he's white in the Armageddon or black, of course, we know that black has less time but has draw odds, but there is no increment, and that favors Hikaru for obvious reasons. With that said, I think if you're Jules Moussad, don't, if Hikaru plays a Berlin, don't make the draw. Go for the win. This is your chance. You have the white pieces. You're armed to the teeth in the opening. If I'm Jules Moussad, I want to decide the match in this game. I don't want to take this into the Armageddon. I think he's got better chances in the second rapid game. So I'm very excited to see what the French Maverick can bring to the table.
And Jules got to be so motivated, right? We speak about this platform for these players, and often the Champions Chess Tour, we've seen it define so many careers, bring out these incredible storylines. And for Jules, he knows it's his big day. He knows it's his one shot, his one opportunity, and he has to try and do it. And Daniel, I think we're about to start. We have kicked
Yes.
off the games, all of them except one. We're being told that Vladimir Kramnik is claiming that there is an issue with his account. We're trying to sort that out, but we've got the other 4 games underway.
Okay, well, we've got plenty of action to go around, and let's start with the game between Jules Mussard and Hikaru Nakamura. Now, Mussard is a hard player to pin down. When you watch his black repertoire, you think he's very tactical because he likes the Sicilian. But with white, he is actually quite positional, Tanya, and we see that here. He played 1c4, the English, a French player playing the English, was an English player playing the French. Now, that didn't actually happen. It just felt cool to say. And Hikaru responding with this very fashionable line that's been popularized, I think, by Peter Svidler. I just want to quickly rewind and show what he played. This may seem very unusual, but it's actually a well-known idea. This move, knight to d4, setting a lovely little opening trap, Tanya, that is more well-known in the Caro-Kann. If white plays knight takes e5, black responds queen e7. Now, white is not losing immediately, but if you drop the knight back to your 3, well, let's just say you will not want to be on camera when this happens. Knight f3 is checkmate. So Mussard plays bishop g2. Can you believe he knows that? I mean, what just incredible deep opening knowledge by these grandmasters.
But I'm really glad that you showed that idea, because we also see it happen in so many different openings as well. And yes, at this level, they're not going to fall for it. But it's good to be aware at all levels, because I've seen so many games in open tournaments finish like that. But not here, not right now, not this one. But the position that we have, no checkmates coming anytime soon. But you know what's going to come sometime soon in this one is a central break by black. Now, Hikaru, at some point, he wants to get that big center. c6, d5 is his idea. Meanwhile, Jules has to try to strike with his own d-pawn moving forward. But d4, it can be met by that e-pawn going one step ahead as well. e4 in the air. It's on the board. We're going to find out what Hikaru has in mind.
And I think you're right, Tanya. I think black also has to contest the center, because the trap that you can fall into here if you're black is e takes d4, I think, is actually a very bad move. Not a very bad move, but it's a sign that things aren't great positionally, because white recaptures with the queen. And just like in the last game, now white is the one who has this bind on the d5 square. This is a very cramped position for Hikaru, so I think it's more principled to advance the pawn to e4. But after white drops back to g2, if you could throw in the move c6 and d5, everything is copacetic. You're chilling. Black is one tempo not in time to do that, Tanya, because e4, bishop g2, c6, white can actually stick his pawn on d5, isolating the pawn on e4, and then that pawn on e4 becomes a serious liability. Hikaru, let me tell you, he needs to be very careful here. I think he's slightly worse out of the opening, and I think he recognizes that and is investing some serious time to make sure this doesn't become a catastrophe.
And will absolutely be, right? This is their final rapid game. Whoever wins goes through to round 2. You lose this one, you're down to Division 2. So this is, there's a lot on the line for these two players. Daniel, should we just zoom out as Hikaru thinks about how to handle this situation? He's got a decision to make, and of course we'll jump back to it. But let's do a quick opening tour, because I'm looking at our bird's eye view, and a lot of interesting stuff going on. And what catches my attention is that middle board in red. That's a red alert, because look at the way Grischuk is playing. H-pawn up the board, king still in the center, the queen's out. What on earth is happening?
We have to explore, because the other games are a lot more tame. We saw the Von Aronian playing an Alapin Sicilian against Svane. Very clear what he's trying to do. He's trying to play solid. But speaking of playing solid, that is not in the cards for Alexander Grischuk, who needs to win. He is playing anything but solid. How did this possibly originate? Believe it or not, this was a London system. So let me rewind really quickly, Tanya, and just give people an understanding of how this position could possibly occur. It started as a regular London system, Fabi playing the Queen's Indian setup, and Queen f3 signals to us that this is anything but a regular London. The fight is Lund on. Knight c6, c3, bishop b7. I mean, how many times do you get a queen on f3 and a pawn on h4 in the London system? I mean, what is happening here? Oh, and apparently knight takes d4 was an interesting possibility. It wasn't anything special, but Fabi establishing a central presence. And our current position is this one.
And that's the fascinating thing about this opening, right? The London traditionally was thought to be an extremely strategic positional fight. You take your bishop out to f4, you put these two pawns, e3, c3, you take your knights out, and nothing's really happening. But then modern chess, computers, the young players, they come in and suddenly you throw in an h4, you have these central pawns moving forward, and the London is anything but a positional battle. Very often it becomes tactical really quickly, which is what makes it such an exciting opening to be played at all levels, at all time controls. And whatever its reputation is, it's never easy to face the London.
I think you're making a great point that can be generalized, sort of old wine in new bottles kind of thing, where some openings that were always thought of in a very one-dimensional way. Okay, the Sicilian is tactical. Not necessarily. I mean, now you get so many Najdorfs, like the bishop e2 Najdorf, very positional. Openings are very multifaceted now, and you can't pigeonhole them neatly into a certain category. The London system, like you said, in many of its iterations, is actually very tactical and very double-edged. I'm not seeing why I'd go kingside here. I think Grischuk might even go queenside castles in this position. He also could flick in this move h6 and create the preconditions, obviously, for potential checkmate on the g7 square. Easier said than done. It ain't that easy to get a queen to g7 against Mr. Caruana, who I think will respond with g6, yes. And I'm expecting queenside castles here. Maybe Grischuk wants to expand in the center also with f3. But yeah, there's queenside castle. Fabi needs to get the party started on the queen side because he doesn't have very long. Grischuk isn't going to wait up.
h4, h5, h6. It's Alpha Grischuk in the house right now. And he needs to channel that, being in a must-win situation. I do like what he's created. Fabi knows time is of the essence. He immediately strikes in the center, trying to create his own open lines to get to that white king, to create some counterplay. White, meanwhile, has got ideas of trying to either go f3 at some point, get that g4 or e4 break in. Daniel, very, very tense, incredibly tensed middle game, this one. And yes, it's scary with that h-pawn all the way up to h6, but it still feels as if Fabi got a very healthy pawn structure, got enough pieces close to the king, has started his own counterplay. I don't think he can be worse just yet.
Yeah, Fabi is in fantastic form, and you can see that defined very clearly by how someone plays unbalanced positions. We saw that multiple times yesterday against Bortnik. Fabi survived what seemed like a very scary position. He did that several other times in the play-in. And so far, I don't want to jump the gun here, but first game was just a clinical display. And I'm just sensing a lot of confidence from Fabi in these sharp positions. He takes on d4, kind of politely asking Sasha, okay, how are you going to recapture? Probably not with a c-pawn, because that gives black a nice avenue of attack. It gives black a b4 square for the knight. Actually, knight takes d4 I would not rule out here. He takes more conventionally with the e-pawn. Kind of maintaining the central imbalance. Queen to b8, by the way, is not a move that we should sleep on as well. Fabi would love a queen trade here because that would allow him to establish a knight on g4 or maybe even a knight on e3. Speaking of a knight on e3, Grischuk has played f3. Maybe Fabi. Okay, b5. Here we go. All right, buckle your seatbelts, Tanya. This is going to get crazy.
It's going to get crazy, and it's going to get crazy super fast. But who's getting to whose king first? Because suddenly, that rook on b8, you were talking about moving the queen there, trying to trade some pieces off. Fabi doesn't want the endgame. It's like he's going for Sasha's king. b5, b4 coming in. You can't really push that g-pawn just yet as white. That bishop on b7 nicely pointing down the road to that rook on h1, pinning that f3 pawn. Queen to d6. Pretty square, but not a very stable one for the queen. Black does have the option to further offer a trade. The queen can move to a5 as well with it. The knight is hanging right now. First, you push the queen away. Knight c8, knight d5, then bring your queen to a5. Daniel, would you rather be white or black here?
Well, I'm just trying to kind of understand what is Grischuk's next move. You know, what is he what is his setup here? Is he trying to go like knight f4 takes e6? I would probably rather be white for now, but I'm also a little bit confused about this move queen d6 because you normally don't want to lead with your queen for that reason, right? When there are no clear targets, the queen is too much of an asset to be used as a scout, right? As a piece that intends to provoke weaknesses because it's not ready to sacrifice itself. And you're not in time if you play knight f4, Tanya. I mean, the rook comes up to b6. The queen is chased away. As you said, b4 is coming fast. So Fabio only needs a draw, but it's not like he's going to avoid starting the attack and play too conservatively. He's going to go for mate if that's what the situation demands. I feel like Grischuk is starting to lose the thread here a little bit with that last move.
Grischuk's time management in this game so far has been spectacular. I haven't seen him with so much time and almost equal to his opponent, I think, in a long...
He has to go. He has to spend a long time thinking here.
He needs to do it to get his kind of position. Well, rook b6 on the board, so driving that queen away. I'm also expecting one of the black knights to land on d5. It's a nice square, especially with that b5 pawn controlling any c pawn push to c4. Grischuk, first he needs to decide where do you want to put the queen. He wants to... I think you really don't want to place it on g3 because you want this option of pushing that g2 pawn to g4 at some point. But if not to g3, what's the right square here? He decides to play queen to e5.
Good move. And by the way, Hikaru's in pretty serious trouble. So I definitely want to give a status update on that game. But queen e5 is a very heads-up decision by Grischuk. If he had brought his queen up back to a3, it would have walked into b4. So I think he's kind of stabilized the situation. But definitely Fabio is not worse here. I do not think black is worse. I think it's just a very double-edged position. So it's anybody's game. Maybe rook e8 and d6 can be considered.
Just don't move that f6 knight anywhere. With queen to g7, always watch out for these ideas, and it might give white the hope of trying to get that g pawn moving forward. But Daniel, let's head over to Hikaru's board. You said it that Hikaru is in trouble. And I think we have to catch that. It would be a massive upset if Jules wins this one and knocks him down to Division 2. We called it. We saw this happening in the opening. Hikaru ended up giving a pawn to try to stabilize the situation in the center, but he's got a miserable position. We saw this in his game against Bortnik yesterday. He was kind of down a pawn. Very different type of position, but we know how good Hikaru is at holding these types of positions, which a lot of us would lose in a matter of several moves. By the way, the Kramnik game has started, and we've got some interesting stuff happening in Aronian versus Svein. Levon just made a huge mistake as well. But just not to jump the gun here, white is up a pawn, and Musard basically has the positional assets here as well. I mean, look at Hikaru's structure, Tanya, but at the same time, how do you make progress? Well, one idea that comes to mind is jump with your knight to one of these two central squares, because if you're able to get that dark squared bishop off the board, if you can force Hikaru to trade that bishop on d6 for your own knight on d3 as white, you're left with this fantastic bishop on g2, while Hikaru will be left with that bishop on c8. And as I say that, no such positional approach. Musa goes directly to open up the position, d5, takes it, f7 was hanging. You don't look impressed, Daniel, with that decision.
Like d5. And now I'm being the Monday morning quarterback here, obviously. Now, would I be able to convert this against Hikaru? I don't think so. But I thought that maybe sitting on the position a little bit longer was a wiser approach. There's just something about the move d5 that worries me, because black does have the bishop pair. Black's got the better placed rooks. I mean, this is probably Hikaru's only two advantages in this position. Maybe also the pawn on e3 being a long-term target. So I wonder what Jules's idea is here. I'd be scared to grab that pawn, but
he does it.
Look at the French Grandmaster saying, I don't care. That's a pawn. I'm taking it, and I'm now 2 pawns up. And he's now initiated the queen trade. Bishop e6, Tanya, was an impulsive reaction by Hikaru, who should have taken on b7 instead, and then taken on a3. He could have won a pawn back, and here he would have had excellent chances to secure a successful defense. I think he might have been worried about a move like rook to c6 here. The queen is trapped, but you can actually block it with rook to e6. Instead, he kind of panics with bishop e6, allows the queen to slide over. Jules Musard is completely winning, and he can pick up a third pawn with bishop takes a6. Black is completely busted if white plays bishop a6 here, and he does. Musard should win this game. This is crazy. Only a miracle will save Hikaru Nakamura, who will fight until the last drop of blood. We've seen him do this and pull off this miracle so many times, but can he do that again today?
He absolutely does, right? It's not over with Hikaru until the last move on the board is played.
Yeah.
But for Jules, this is really a huge opportunity for him to get perhaps one of the biggest wins of his career. He's up 3 pawns. He's showing really great technique. He wants to get rid of the biggest advantage in Hikaru's position, which is the bishop pair that you pointed out. Now, the b2 pawn, it can be picked up, but then Jules will capture on e6, bring his rook to c7. And I just want to point out that black king on f6 isn't as safe as it looks right now. If you recapture with that pawn, for example, rook f7 could be checkmate in many, many lines. I don't believe that Hikaru can pick up the b2 pawn. He's about to lose his bishop pair. He's down 3 pawns in the position. It's about technique. It's about Jules just keeping his calm in the position, keeping his nerves, and then he can get the job done. Is that easier said than done?
Well, it's so easy to take for granted how these players convert positions, especially against someone like bishop c4 is such a heads-up move. And you called it, Tanya. I just want to show this on the board. Why exactly does rook takes b2 fail? Well, it fails because after takes, pawn takes e6, rook to c7 is a double attack against the mate and the bishop. But wait, there's more. Rook e7, right? Okay, black can defend against both threats. No, takes, whoop, fork on c6 at the end of the line. You have to see this fork when you play bishop c4. Again, bishop c fork.
Unbelievable.
So as we go back to the live position, this just really defangs whatever hopes black has of any miraculous counterplay. Now, Hikaru's looking, searching for some way to complicate the game. Apparently, rook c8 here is the only move to keep the sort of the spark alive. You know, black has to keep pieces on the board, keep some tactical hopes alive, but he's also down on the clock. He will need just a one-move blunder from Jules in order to get back into this game. And that's very unlikely.
Daniel, the clock as well. Hikaru under 2 minutes now. Jules up on the position by 3 pawns, up on the time as well with over a minute to try to convert this. Rook c8 played, but now White can just start pushing that pawn. The b pawn's attacked, you go b4. The bishop on c4 is nicely defended. You could also grab on e6 and then push the pawn, but then I'm worried about ideas like rook takes rook and the e3 pawn being tender.
Yeah.
So perhaps it's best for Jules to just keep that bishop on c4. It's playing a great defensive role there.
You're absolutely right, Tanya. And you have to resist the urge here to simplify too much, right? To say, oh, let me just give up one of my extra pawns. I've got 3 of them and get some pieces off the board. I'm still a little bit nervous for Musard because I've been in his shoes and, you know, your hands start shaking. You start feeling nervous. It is the Hikaru effect. And, you know, this is the one case where our cliches are actually true. He does take on e6. So, okay, let's see what he can make of this.
Gutsy.
Bishop takes e3 check, king h1.
Oof. Because the rook on c1 is hanging. And it's happening, as you say.
It's a little scary. Now the margin of error for White has thinned out a little bit. He's still winning, but he's got to be very, very careful here because these pawns are vulnerable, Tanya, and knight c4 is the move that I would be evaluating here if I was Musard. Does that win the game?
And the point is that, yes, black has got this tactics with rook takes pawn and you pick up the rook, but the 2 pawns on the queen's side, they look absolutely deadly. But to point out, Hikaru's king is also very close to those. It's not clear. We see the evaluation bar. And yes, it might be the path forward and White is winning. But he needs to find the precise way. This is Musad's moment. He has to get the job done in this game. He can't let this go into an Armageddon.
It's winning, and he has to realize how winning it is. And the more I look at knight c4, the more it occurs to me that it is winning. But now he's under 2 minutes. You can sense the wheels turning. He's evaluating knight c4, rook takes h2. And he understands that position, he can win with 30 seconds if he identifies the clear winning plan. He's just trying to make sure that these connected passers will not be eaten up by the combined force of black's bishop and king. And what I've seen happen, Tanya, is some players, they think for a very long time, they get very nervous, they're not sure, and then they make a random different move. Jules Musard is not among those players. He plays it very, very gutsy call. And I think he's just moments away here. Hikaru will not take on h2. He will allow this trade. And this is winning a4. Maybe even sacrifice the b2 pawn and put your rook behind the other pawn. that's just elementary. Rook A1, and it's essentially resignable if he finds this one final idea.
You know, as a commentator, you feel you've seen everything in chess, and then games like these, and then you realize you haven't. Hikaru Nakamura, a huge favorite coming into this match. And
Yep.
Choose Musad with the black pieces in game one gave no chances at all. And then game two as well, absolute dominating play. And now he puts the rook behind the pawn. The black king is too far away,
That's
ties
it.
down the black rook, and the king comes to the party.
This is too easy. King H3, King H4,
And
Tanya.
Hikaru
Maybe if
knows
Black's
it.
pawn structure was better, Black can try to hold. This is now completely lost. You can give a check on A5. You can win this a million different ways. Wow. I mean, again, it's not over until the last move. Hikaru will find that last miracle chance, that last stalemate idea. So let's watch Musard put the finishing touches on this incredible performance, honestly, thus far.
Thus far.
Count the chicks when they've hatched. We know that as commentators.
And especially when you're talking about Hikaru Nakamura, he's just so good at surviving these positions. He's playing on his clock right now as well, with Musa just having under 50 seconds. But it's also the moves come in so quick and so easy. The black king can't go too far away from the king side pawns. The rook will jump to A5 and start picking those up. King to C4.
Yeah. Although, King B4, he's going to
King
try.
B2.
Yeah, just King B2. Just follow the black king as far as it can go. And then, obviously, white is prepared to sacrifice this ace. That's the whole point. White will give up this pawn in order to get a pawn endgame where white's king is simply closer to black's pawns. I mean, Hikaru despairing there. There's just nothing black can do. Black is hamstrung completely by this pawn. And this is elementary. I mean, this is basic Betty for any GM to convert. We might see a resignation here momentarily.
But also for Hikaru, right? It's just...
Take it.
It's heartbroken, and there
Resign.
it is. Jules Musa does it. He wins the mini match against Hikaru Nakamura. Goes into round 2 of Division 1 placement. Hikaru Nakamura has been relegated to Division 2.
Wow. And a lot of people who watch CCT events for the first time, and we can go back to the bird's eye view here because there's other games that are not waiting. They might think that these are just words. We say that, upsets can happen, blah, 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 blah. No, they actually can. They do. And that is because these players are so hungry to score victories. Unfortunately, Frederick Svane will not be among them, as Levon Aronian had some trouble, but ultimately holds. And Fabiano Caruana will win his game against Grischuk, who had no real chances once the queens were swapped. Let's go to Kramnik versus Antipov and see if Vladimir Kramnik can score a win on demand, shall we?
Let's jump straight over to that big game. And we've got the position in front of us with the white pieces. It just feels as though Antipov, he's got so much piece activity that D3 pawn can be picked up as well. I think you have to jump in with a check because bishop takes D3 is a threat on the board. The E2 pawn is pinned. Instead of a check, he counterpins that black rook on C3.
Apparently not the best move. Rook to B7 was a smoother conversion. Kramnik is winning here. He's up a pawn. But this is not an easy conversion at all, Tanya, because as you pointed out very correctly, Antipov's piece is very at bishop takes D3 is a threat. I don't know about this.
A lot of pawns are hanging on the board. You're pointing at D3, A4, also on the fire right now. That extra pawn isn't going to last for too long for Vladimir.
Yep, and bishop takes A4. Can you grab this pawn? Probably not, because that allows the white rook to move up to C7. And another big problem is that this E2 pawn can be very nicely protected with bishop F3 whenever necessary. So black just doesn't have any targets to grab onto. The pieces look good, but they're just kind of stuck there with nothing to attack. I think this is winning for Kramnik if he can avoid any blunders here. He should be able to force an Armageddon.
3 minutes on the clock, so having those extra seconds as well to find the right way forward. And of course, Kramnik's technique is second to none. He just has to make sure he keeps his clock under check, keeps his nerves as well. Bishop takes pawn, rook C7 does win the pawn back for him. For Antipov, if he gets the draw in, he advances through.
Good move. E6, only move, I think, to keep some chances alive, covering the d5 square, forcing Kramnik to demonstrate exactly how he's actually going to win this, because rook d7 is bad. Then black's rook can capture on a4, Tanya. So it isn't easy. And Kramnik, I think, will probably start expanding on the king side here. Just, a good thing to do in the endgame as you wait for your opponent to put their cards on the table.
And the other idea to defend the a4 pawn with driving your bishop to c6, yes, you slide it all the way there, but then that means that black can capture on a4 multiple times. And how are we evaluating that positions once the bishops are off the board? Oh, we might see this being
Look
played
at that
out.
timing. The commentator calls it right at the moment. He plays a bishop, and yeah, bishop takes a4. Apparently not what the doctor ordered here for Antipov, but I'm honestly not sure why that's a bad move. Is there a bishop a4? I think white simply trades and then slides both rooks up to the 7th. Piggy's on the 7th. And I think it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. I just think black is losing and probably has to defend like a computer here to keep any chances alive. I'm not seeing a move for Antipov, and he's under a minute. He goes a5. Okay. Trying to advance this pawn as far as it can go, and, maybe take on a4, and maybe he can try to get Kramnik into time pressure, right? If Vladimir was under a minute, okay, I think there would be more practical chances.
That a4 pawn has "I'm about to fall off any second" written all over it. But the problem is that the white rook jumps onto c7, and the black rooks are just so badly placed on the a file that they can't come to defense of that f7 pawn.
Yep. Mikhail under a minute himself. He's down to 40 seconds. Maybe rook c3. Maybe he can go h5 and try to preempt white from going g4, but that's not even the big problem. White's next move can just go bishop b5. I mean, there's a million ways that white can improve his position.
Rook a7 coming in, or targeting the a5 pawn as well.
Absolutely. This is completely lost, but, we've seen crazier things happen, and Fedoseev, congrats to him. He draws Matlikov confidently in the second game and advances Levon Aronian as well. So this one will be our only Armageddon if Kramnik can avoid a last-second slip-up.
And once again, we've got this evaluation bar that, the eval bar, I like to call it the evil bar, because it makes us feel like this position is so simple. It's an easy play out. It's trivial. But it's really not. For Antipov playing under 15 seconds, he has no idea how much better he is. Of course, he realizes that this is, for Kramnik, how much better he is. He knows that this should be, well, now probably he just knows exactly how much better this is. Because f7 falls, e6 falls, the house falls, everything collapses.
That is a complete crusher. Bishop. Actually, that was the only move you see, as you correctly point out, which wins the game cleanly. And he wins because the king can't step forward. The bishop will simply take on e6 and pick up the rook on a2. And we've got an Armageddon on our hands. Antipov is really upset. He felt that he could have held the position earlier in the endgame, and maybe he could have. But Kramnik, that is his territory, right? He wants these cagey positional fights. He gets one, and he wins. We'll have an Armageddon. Buckle your seatbelts, folks.
Fantastic comeback there by the 14th world champion. And we get the bidding Armageddon. And I'm such a big fan of those. It always adds that extra spice, that extra sauce into the Armageddon battle. The tie breaks are always fun to watch. But Vladimir Kramnik gets the job done, takes the match into the tie breaks. Meanwhile, the others were not able to do that. Hikaru Nakamura, it's not over for him. He goes down to Division 2. If he wins that, there's still so much to fight for. He gets a direct shot in Division 1 of the next event. So we still get to see Hikaru fight it out in that one. And there is so much action coming up. Daniel, what was the highlight for you so far?
Listen, the man in the moment, you got to take off your hat for Jules Moussard. And, it's a best of 2 match. And this is really good in terms of your chances to score an upset. Moussard came out swinging. He had some great prep to hold confidently with black in the first game, Tanya. And in the second game, he outplayed Hikaru. He played in English, demonstrating fantastic understanding, and then converted very smoothly. But the other match is impressive as well. Vladimir Fedoseev, he wins his match against Matlikov. He is one to watch as well. And Fabiano Caruana, just in supreme form ever since the candidates. And today, thus far, has been no exception as he knocks out Alexander Grischuk. But all eyes on the Armageddon, Tanya, because this one is going to be a super, super interesting one.
I agree with you. Fabi's been super impressive. Not just this tournament, the many tournaments that he's been playing since the candidates. He's playing like an absolute scientist. And speaking of scientists, Chess.com is so excited and so happy to unite with Mark Robert, the one guy who's made science so much fun.
Wow, that was awesome.
Labs.
That transition right there, that was not easy to do. So
thinking about
hats
it.
off, Tanya. That was nicely done. Sorry, please continue.
Thanks, Daniel. But this is the CrunchLabs Masters. It's given us so much excitement. And it's not just here. There's more fun stuff at CrunchLabs that you can check out with their STEM toy subscription. There's the build box, and now that's for kids and young adults. Meanwhile, the hack pack, that's slightly more complicated to build your own very, very cool toys. I've checked them out. They're a lot of fun. Those are for the adults. Check those out because 500 of you subscribing to that will get a cool discount. Daniel, have you become a Mark Robber fan, or have you played against his bot on Chess.com yet?
I mean, I haven't played against my own bot on Chess.com yet, so that is a realm that I still need to explore. But I just think any kind of collaboration like this with someone who's such a powerful force, particularly in helping kids develop a scientific mind, is amazing. It just shows us the multifaceted nature of chess and how many people from how many different communities he can bring in. So I'm definitely going to be checking out his videos, and really awesome to see the impact that chess has and the reach that chess has. Great job, Tanya, with that transition as well. That was scientific of you.
Thank you. I was personally super excited about this event, knowing that Chess.com is uniting with Mark Robert. I am a huge fan, and we've got a big Armageddon coming up, Daniel, that I'm really excited about between Antipov and Vladimir Kramnik. I'm expecting some very cool glitter bombs, Mark Robert style, on the Armageddon in that one. So definitely, you guys don't want to miss that. Fabiano Caruana in a spectacular form. Fedosiev also gets the job done, but the fight is on before round 2. We've got one bidding Armageddon, and of course, we will be back with the bids. How low can the players go?
Do you show a bunch of different faces to psych your opponents out?
You felt very uncomfortable answering that question.
He's lying, okay.
Do you have a Lee Chess account?
Did you successfully trick the lie detector test at any point in the game?
Huge lie.
Are you really worth $50 million?
Are you intimidated by Magnus Carlsen?
Do you consider yourself a genius?
You know, he tried to dodge the question now.
No way he's telling the truth on that. Do you think cheating is being taken seriously in over-the-board chess? Seriously enough?
Absolutely not.
True.
Do you think the online cheating paranoia is overblown or appropriate?
Tough question. The answer is somewhere in the middle. It's not being taken seriously enough, but there's also too much paranoia.
He's telling the truth.
So let's talk a little bit about that, even though we're moving the pieces. When you say that more could be done, do you have a specific list for Chess.com?
A specific list. I mean, I think there should be a way to look at the performances of players who are not, say, up-and-coming kids specifically. And when you see certain players being defeated consistently, like Nepo or myself or Fabiano, I just think over our careers of having played chess, it seems that sometimes it's happening more frequently than it should, is what I would say. And I don't know how you deal with that, but I do believe it's happening more than it should.
Let's switch it up a little bit. Do you ever sing in the shower?
Not anymore, no.
True.
Are you really worth $50 million?
No.
I don't know. He's made a lot of money on stocks. He might be lying.
Lying.
He's lying. Okay. No, all right. Well, are you the best streamer in the world?
Yes.
No, that's a lie.
Okay. I guess I didn't clarify chess streamer. I should have
Exactly.
clarified chess
Exactly.
streamer. Okay. Are you the best chess streamer?
Yes.
Yes, with some ambiguity.
With some, okay. Yeah, well, there's a lot of context then. All right. I'll let you make a few more moves. Just
Sure.
'cause I kind of need you to get a good position against me, or it's gonna go forever. Okay.
I have this feeling this is not going well. It's making me wonder if I should become a career criminal now.
Okay.
Hundreds of thousands of kids have used the CrunchLabs Build Box to learn how to create and build stuff while having a ton of fun at the same time. But what about something for teenagers and adults, where they can learn all the tools and tricks I use to create the builds on my channel? Well, I'm happy to say, starting today, that exists now. And this is it. It's called Hackpack, and it's basically a series of really fun programmable robots that get delivered right to your door, where we build it together and learn step by step the kinds of engineering skills that go into making the builds on my channel. And don't be intimidated, because all these use a programmable microcontroller as the brain. Because if you can put together a Lego set, you can put together this. And it will work right out of the box. No programming required, and it will still be really fun. Heck yeah.
Exciting format in chess, Armageddon. The ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants white more time on the clock, but in return, white must win. A draw secures black the match win. White starts with 10 minutes, and each player submits a confidential bid with an amount of time they are willing to start with. Lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually black, and those coveted draw odds. Let the Armageddon commence.
The absolutely destructive format of chess, Armageddon. It is time for that. The ultimate decider. This is the sudden death. And this is what it comes down to in the match between Antipov and Vladimir Kramnik. And we do have the players' bids, which have come in right now. Antipov wins his bid. Daniel, he went in with 8 minutes 27 seconds. Vladimir Kramnik bidding 8 minutes 58 seconds. And this means that Antipov starts with the black pieces. He starts with less time, 8 minutes 27 seconds. Kramnik will have 10 minutes on the clock, but Antipov will have the black pieces. Kramnik with white, with that extra time, has to win on demand with white. While for Antipov, if it ends in a draw, that's it. It's over. He goes through in Division 1, Round 2, while Kramnik will get relegated to Division 2, and we're off. This is the Armageddon. Daniel, what's the hackback here? How do you actually keep the game going and create your chances as white?
I think they're repeating their opening from the second victory, the second game of their mini match. And I want to remind everybody there's no increment here, which is not relevant yet, but will be very relevant when they get low on time. It can be hard for players to adjust, particularly those who are used to playing increment-only formats. So Antipov wants nothing more than to get this into any kind of a time scramble. But right now, the position is very closed up. This is sort of a reverse Benoni structure, Tanya, which tells us that one of White's main ideas is to try to correctly time the move e2, e3. But you also don't want to rush that move, because after the pawns are traded, the d3 pawn will become very weak. So Kramnik actually could play kind of a closed center cagey style, knight bd2, and then maybe a4, maybe get the knight around to b3, and start applying queenside pressure even as black has driven this wedge into the center. I have a hard time kind of grasping this position, but it feels like maybe white has a tiny pull here.
You pointed out some really nice ideas for Vlad. On the other hand, playing the structure with black, you've got two plans, right? You could either start with the move a6, targeting the b5 pawn, which will be met by a4 and just keep the tension on the board, and it's
Well
happening.
spotted.
And I think the second idea, which will appear on the board, is try to get that e pawn moving up. You really want that on e5. It needs to be defended. I was about to suggest rook e8 or queen c7, but here's another idea that Antipov has, which is to get rid of the feisty bishop on g2, the German glory in white's position. Bishop h3 was a threat. Kramnik sidesteps with the rook so that he can sidestep with the bishop on the next move, now that the rook on f1 is an attack, because that light squared bishop needs to be kept for white. That is the absolute crowning glory
Crown jewel,
in white's
crowning glory.
crown
Yeah,
jewel
I
is
went
the
through the
word.
same process.
Crowning
of,
jewel
let's
is
see.
what I was looking for. Thank you, Daniel.
Definitely, you want to keep this light squared bishop. At the same time, now black's bishop is a bit of a thorn in white's side. It's not the biggest problem in the world, but it does curtail white's mobility to a degree on the king side, and it gives black the preconditions for some tactical ideas. Let's wait for the center to open up. Which guess what? It just opened up. There's ideas like knight h5, knight f4 hanging in the air, but definitely Kramnik now firmly in the driver's seat. And one of my biggest worries for Antipov is this knight on a5. It's completely out of commission, and when the position is closed, okay, you don't really need every single piece, to be all hands on deck. But here you kind of do. That knight has no clear way to re-enter society. If you play the move e6, then the knight on f6 becomes very loose. White has this bishop c3, queen b2 idea. Let me tell you, Antipov is in trouble, and he has to find a tactical way to resolve his problems. Maybe he's putting all of his eggs in the knight g4 basket. Maybe he's just going to sacrifice the e7 pawn. But if he does that, then he's doing it out of desperation, not because his position is good. His position is really bad.
It's also such an inner battle for Antipov, right? He wins the first game, needs only a draw to wrap up the match, and then everything goes south in that one, and you end up losing it, giving the momentum to your opponent. And now, for Vladimir Kramnik, he's back in the match. Antipov has to keep it together. It's not an easy position. It's an imbalanced position. There's no symmetry at all. We see instead of sacrificing a pawn, he does defend it. And you can see the tension on Antipov right now. On the camera, I'm looking at him. Daniel, he looks very fidgety.
Yeah.
Kramnik's a picture of calmness.
Yeah, I mean, Kramnik's the more experienced Armageddon player, and so far he's been playing very quickly. Obviously, much has been made of, time scrambles and Kramnik, and it's true, things can go wild in that situation. But in terms of his actual tempo of play, he plays pretty fast. I mean, in rapid formats, he often doesn't allow himself to get into time pressure, and it can be a hard kind of style to face. Right now, he's got 8 minutes on the clock. He spent less than 2 minutes of his allotted time. He gives a check on c3. We see some trades, which does relieve the pressure a little bit. But now there's a different kind of pressure. Okay, let's say the king moves back to g8. Antipov has everything under control for the time being. He's protected his pawn on e7. But Tanya, it feels so precarious, and it feels like black's position is one little weakness away from just crumbling.
Yes, but there is already a weakness in white's position as well, right? That d3 pawn that you always have to watch out for. You were pointing out the idea of that bishop on h1 landing on d5. It's a beautiful square, but it's not exactly stable there because the e pawn can move one step ahead, attacking that bishop. So Antipov has got his own counterplay that he needs to build against the only weakness that I can spot in Vladimir's position here. White's camp. D3, you're pointing out with your arrows, rook d7, bishop f5. I love it. But I think the problem piece here has got to be that knight on a5. You don't really have a way home. Knight to b7 runs into rook into pawn. That rook gets disconnected. So it also makes sense to first put your rook on that central file the moment you get a chance. By the way, another piece trade offered there by Vlad. And that surprises me because the more pieces that get traded off, it feels as if the more pressure gets released for black.
But I think that his point is he's basically saying, listen, I'm going to trade all the other pieces except the knight on a5. He's just going to leave black with this piece, which is totally out of commission. And that makes sense. Now, it's a risky strategy because you might end up trading too many pieces, Tanya, as you're saying. And Antipov actually is the one who declines the bishop trade. Now he's kind of forcing Kramnik to find that next that next way to make progress. Kramnik drops back to G2. Okay. Is that a repetition? Where did that bishop come from? No, it came from H1. So he refianchettos, improving his position incrementally. And again, let's not forget, there is no increment on the clock. And the one who might suffer from that actually turns out to be Antipov, whose time deficit has not shrunk since the start of the game. I mean, he is just getting pushed off the board in vintage Kramnik style. This is going to be a very, very difficult defensive task. He goes rook d7. Now we're going to see White's knight get into the game. There's also this juicy outpost on c6. That is the only virtue of the knight on a5. At least it protects the c6 square, but it's a very small consolation. Black's position is borderline technically lost.
The last few moves has just ended up that Bishop for Antipov being on c8, not being able to come to f5 in time to put more pressure on d3. Meanwhile, it just appears as if Kramnik has outmaneuvered his opponent. His own bishop, better placed on g2. The knight eyeing that e5 square, not only an attacking square hinting at c6, but also a key defender for that d3 pawn. You never can really kick it out without weakening your king side massively. Things looking really good. The knight on a5, still out of the game. Essentially, White has an extra piece. At some point, are you expecting Vladimir Kramnik to channel his inner AlphaZero and go h4, h5?
Great call. I think h4 is on the radar. I think he has to calculate rook takes e7. And I think this is what Antipov is trying to get him to go tactical, to try to cash in his chips and convert the extra point, the point with the tactical sequence, and then miscalculate somewhere. So rook takes e7, things get very complicated, and this is Black's best chance. I don't think Kramnik is going to do that. I think he is probably deciding, okay, do I want to go with a plan like h4, h5? Do I want to centralize my knight? Maybe he is calculating rook takes e7 and trying to make it work, and he plays it. And now I'm starting to hold my breath because now the margins become very thin. And I think White preserves a big attack here, but this is what Antipov wants. He wants wide open tactical battle because this increases the chances of a blunder. But forget all of that, Tanya. How do you defend this pawn? Do you bring your king up to g7? And that's a very scary move to make, but you might have to.
The only thing more scary than that is to play g5 and walk into some sacrifice with knight takes pawn, pawn takes knight, queen takes pawn. I don't know if it works or not, but just looking at it is absolutely terrifying. Which means that perhaps you need to defend that h-pawn with your king, because pushing the pawn to h5 would just mean queen h6, knight g5, queen h7, checkmate in 3, game over.
Exactly. But he's burning so much time trying to force himself through clenched teeth to make these incredibly ugly moves. You got to just go king h7. Whatever fate awaits you after that move, there is no alternative. You literally, I think, get made. Maybe he is thinking about g5, knight takes g5, and then obviously not taking the knight, but thinking of some way to make it tactical. He goes bishop g4. Okay. I actually think that's a really interesting resource. Hitting the knight. And apparently the best move for Kramnik, not an easy move to make yourself play. You got to go knight e5, trade the rooks tactically, and then route the knight around to d5, Tanya. But very ingenious resource here by Antipov, who's not going down to that a fight.
Not on my radar either. Just looking at ideas of queen takes pawn, how to counter a threat. But often a threat can be countered with a counter threat. And bishop g4 does exactly that. Sometimes the best way to defend in a chaotic position, in a difficult position, is to go on the offense. Now, knight e5 also forces Kramnik to take some time to burn the clock. And it's good that he's doing it because it is a critical moment. You said it's a difficult move to find. But perhaps by process of elimination, you do arrive to it. Because the knight on f3 is hanging. And you have to find a way to defend it. You're also looking at ideas of a trade on f3 and the d4 square being weak. I think Kramnik's going to find this move, which is being highlighted in blue, which means it's the computer's top choice. Knight to e5, and it's on the board. He does it.
Great call there. As you said, queen h6, bishop f3. And if Antipov pulls off a comeback here, I think bishop g4 will have a large part to play in that. I didn't see that move at all, but I think this is exactly what he needs to do. Make Kramnik go through these calculations and bring that time deficit closer and closer to a time scramble. Even if you end up in a lost endgame, but you can go for the flag, that is one of the most legitimate strategies here for Antipov, as Kramnik actually takes the bishop.
Wow.
What a bold decision, and apparently the wrong decision. He's going for checkmate. Now, Tanya, I understand what Kramnik is trying to do here. That knight on g4 is aiming for either f6 or h6, but if the mate doesn't succeed, then Antipov is up in exchange. So this is a very risky choice. And apparently, after queen to d6, the eval bar is showing zeros. It's calling Kramnik's bluff here, but can Antipov figure this out with 2 minutes on his clock and no increment?
Incredibly tough. It is so much to do with the clock as well, as you very rightly reminded everyone right now that there is no increment. How do you defend this position? It's the kind of position that White can play on forever. It's so much compensation. Yes, he might have given a big portion of his advantage, but the clock still remains and problems around the king have to be answered.
Oh, what
and
a
Antipov
move.
continues to do
What
it.
a move.
He's not defending. He just goes on the offense every single move.
And Kramnik actually goes into the endgame. What he just did makes zero sense. He could have taken Antipov's rook and just had a huge advantage. Instead, he just trades queens down in exchange. This is wild by Vladimir Kramnik. He's trying to go knight e5, but this doesn't work. And Antipov is even more nervous now that he senses he can just win this game. I mean, he's not even playing for a draw. If this wasn't an Armageddon, Black is now actually better. This is absolutely wild. Kramnik is losing his composure here with plenty of time on the clock. And
Bishop
White is
G4,
losing. What is
Knight
going on
B3,
here?
Two
Knight D3 is
absolutely
coming.
brilliant moves.
Incredible resource, but Kramnik trading queens there was mind-boggling. Wow.
It's all about the clock now.
Wow.
Daniel,
Exactly.
Kramnik has to try to flag. That's his only
Never
hope.
thought I'd hear those words. Kramnik is trying to flag someone.
What does he do right now? He's down in exchange. Yes, you've got these ideas against that f7 pawn, but the moment your knight joins the attack, the black king can step up to f6, hitting the rook, hitting that knight on e5. You can't afford to trade your rooks. How do you even keep the game going? And the more time he takes, the more confident Antipov gets about his chances. The moves are so much easier for black to make. One more move, knight d3 coming in. I think knight b3 has to be one of the most beautiful moves I've seen in an Armageddon.
That's an incredible resource. It rattled Kramnik, and Antipov did exactly what he wanted to do. He made it very tactical, very concrete. Kramnik lost his composure, and now Antipov needs to keep his composure. King f6 here is a very important move to play. King f6, basically forking the rook and the knight, forcing Kramnik into contorting himself just to keep his pieces protected. Then Antipov's knight evacuates to d3, and he just starts chopping off White's pawns. Black is totally winning, and Tanya, Antipov is a 3,000 rated Chess.com blitz player. 90 seconds for him is plenty of time. He is going to take this game, I think, barring some sort of a crazy blunder on his part. But Kramnik's still trying. King f3, heads up move. Don't take with the rook because of the same type of resource that we just saw Black play. And he just goes for the trade. Excellent play by Antipov, who only needs a draw.
And you can't really avoid it because there's another idea. Knight takes knight. The rook on e7 is hanging. So you do end up losing that key piece, the bishop on d5. Well, not losing, but trading. And that's bad news. The clocks are also leveling out. Now, Kramnik touching the 2-minute mark. Knight takes bishop is a move that you can't avoid.
Rook e8 now, or c4. I mean, 1 minute seems like I think with 30 seconds, realistically, you should be able to win this.
I like
when I say win,
you cut off the white king.
In the broadest sense, Tanya, the fact that you only need a draw here is such a relief. You can force perpetual the second you see it. Kramnik might just resign here. What a turnaround. I'm still kind of processing how this position appeared on the board.
Kramnik had played a flawless game until that point. He did everything right. He was completely dominating the position, but then going in for these complications, which actually Antipov set up for Kramnik. Going for bishop g4, knight e5 ideas, hitting that chaos button at the right time, tempting Kramnik into these positions. A position where both players have the opportunity to go wrong, and this time it feels like it was Vladimir Kramnik ending up in this endgame, down material. Well, right now he is threatening the f7 pawn. Rook to e7 comes to mind, but you have to watch out for some ideas. Rook d6 check, pick up that pawn on b6. You lose the d5 pawn. it just feels like this is going badly for white. And look at the clocks as well now, Daniel.
Antipov's up on time, and that means night, literally. I'm not talking about the knight on d8. This is the match for Antipov. And, even before knight b3, remember when he tempted Kramnik into taking on e7? That's really what initiated the tactical complexity, right? Before that, it was positional domination, which is the worst kind to be facing. Antipov, turned it into more tactical domination, but at least the center was open. There were more choices for Kramnik to make. And that's what kind of led up to that shocking decision to take on g4 and the decision to trade queens. But all credit to Antipov. He keeps his composure. He was so nervous to start this game, but somehow finds it in himself to pull through.
Has Kramnik just turned off his camera?
Yep.
And is he just going to let his time run out?
I believe so.
We're seeing that happen right now. He doesn't resign, just leaves.
And obviously, maybe, we should allow for the possibility that he disconnected, but I think that is unlikely. I think he's turned his cam back on. I don't know exactly what's happening. He's back, but Antipov wins. He wins on time. He wins on the board, and what an Armageddon. What a high-octane affair. It was an incredible positional effort by Kramnik to start the game, but ultimately Antipov poses the right kinds of challenges and takes the Armageddon and the match, Tanya.
And Daniel, how ironic is it that one knight on a5 that we were talking about, which was essentially playing a piece down, as we see Kramnik's back, and I believe he's back from his phone right now. That's what it looks like. I don't know if it was a disconnect. What happened there? We'll keep everyone posted as soon as we hear on it. But that very knight was the move that made the decisive jump, the knight to b3, which completely threw Kramnik off. And the position just collapsed. The worst placed piece made the best move in the game.
That's such a elegant way to put it. And you're right, it did. It was the game-winning piece, which is the beauty of chess. You never know what the narrative of the game is going to be and how the game will turn at the drop of a hat. Antipov takes the match, but Jules Massard, of course, I think was the hero of the non-Armageddon. And that means all of the matches are complete. Pretty incredible stuff, Tanya, as always in the CrunchLabs Masters.
Absolutely. And the action is not over, Daniel. This was just round one and it went down to the wire. And what an exciting Armageddon we were treated to. And we're going to be treated to some more spectacular chess as we go into the final matchups to decide the division placement. And with all the chess action happening, there's more chess for our community. And if you're looking to play chess and meet new people, you can enter Meetup, the platform for hosting and organizing great community events. You can connect with your local chess community or start events like chess nights. That sounds really cool, Daniel, by the way. Chess nights or tournaments in the park. Plus, explore local groups for any of your other hobbies on Meetup. So use the command Meetup in chat or visit go.chess.com/meetup and find your newest checkmates, as we like to call them. And of course, the action continues. We will go into a very short break, but we will be back as round 2 of division placement starts in just a few.
Right, boys, it's back to school time with a quiz.
Let me eat first.
Detention. How do you spell Nepomniachtchi, English style? Look how he's struggling right now.
I cannot write properly, so can I spell it out instead?
Okay, spelling bee. You can start first.
So it's NEPOMNICHTCHY
Isn't there no A after I? A Nipomniachtchi, right?
Yeah. Nipomniachtchi.
Yeah, but I wrote this A.
But you didn't say it.
Okay, so but I just said it wrong. Just because I cannot speak, it doesn't mean that I'm wrong.
First he was telling us not to trust his writing, then is not to trust his talking.
No, you have to do like in the spelling bee. Nipomniachtchi. Nepomniachtchi. Nipomniachtchi. Yes!
Okay, we'll show perhaps. Never in doubt, never in doubt. On October the 1st, the new James Bond movie is released, No Time to Die. How many other James Bond movies have the word die or dies in the title? Bonus point if you can name all of them.
Okay, it's probably not 0 then.
Unfortunately, it's 3.
So it's Die Another Day, it's Live and Let Die, and what's the last one?
Tomorrow Never Dies.
But there was 2 in a row, basically.
What is the world's oldest currency?
Some kind of krona, whatever.
Magnus.
Salt.
I don't have one.
Because that's where salary comes from, because they used to give you your salary in salt. So that was the first.
You have a currency, yeah?
List as many countries as possible that consist of 4 letters.
Yeah, I don't have any idea.
Well, I have 7, but I'm sure there are a lot more.
There's 11.
Wow. I have Peru, Fiji, Togo, Mali, Iran, Iraq, Chad.
Okay, 7. Pretty good. And Christoph, you said?
Peru and Togo.
Okay. How many knights can you place on a chessboard so that no knight can capture another knight?
This guy's like, this knows by heart, he just like...
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, I'm trying to do like mathematical solution to this, because 64 squares, like... Yeah, I'm just guessing like half of the squares, but I have no idea. 32.
16.
32.
32. The answer is 32.
I guessed it!
But how can you...
If you put them all on the same color complex.
Yeah, like that. All in the same colors. Oh, that's so easy. That's obvious.
Chess stuff I'm terrible at.
Which chess players became world champion without beating the previous title holder in a match?
Which, or are there...
Which player or players?
Player or players.
Wait, you said beating...
Without beating the previous...
The previous. There's a trick in there.
There's always a trick.
Okay, so the way I understand the questions, it should be Botvinnik, Karpov, Alyekhin, Kasparov, Stanit, Lasker. You're saying became world champion.
Yeah.
But these people became world champion several times.
No, but that was not the thing, I think.
This is open to interpretation.
2 hours later.
So it should not be...
That wasn't meant to be a trick question.
It should not be Tallinn Petrosian. So you just want Botvinnik, Karpov and Stanitz, no?
Yeah, that was the plan.
That's my answer, yeah?
2,000 years later.
Okay, so this was a terrible question.
If a pawn is worth 1 point, and knights and bishops are worth 3 points, rooks 5, queen is 9, we're forgetting the king. How many points does each side start with?
32?
39 or something?
49.
Yeah, Anish gets there first, I think.
Oh, okay, I counted 1 for the pawns. Not the other 7. Wow, that was a big mistake.
We have a winner, Anish Giri.
And while 5 players have been knocked down to Division 2, 5 other players, 5 of the top grandmasters in the world, join in the party and come in for round 2 of the CrunchLabs Masters Division 1 placement. And once again, Daniel, it's the battle of who picks who. And the first player who gets the right to do that is Jan Nepomniachtchi. He won the Swiss play-ins. Congratulations, you get to pick your opponent. And he picked none other than Jules Moussard, the Hikaru Slayer for the day. What do you make of that pick?
I mean, that pick makes sense, but in retrospect, Hikaru picked Moussard. Now Nepomniachtchi picked Moussard. This guy's just changing hands, and he's the Hikaru Slayer. Can he also be the Nepo Slayer? He's in supreme form, and when you have a memorable result like this, and you're Jules Moussard, today might be the day, and he wants to make today count. He wants to extend this day as long as possible. So it's going to be a fascinating match between Nepo and Moussard, and Duda, of course, is taking on the other Super Grandmaster Slayer. He defeats Kramnik in the Armageddon. His reward? Yeah, now you got to play this guy with the initials JKD. Just kidding. No, I'm not. He's actually playing him.
He indeed is. And then it was Wesley Soesten, and he chooses, his compatriot right there. He's going to be playing against Levon Aronian. It's Wesley versus Lev. And then Andreikin went in to pick Fedosiev. And we've got Oparin. I don't believe that he picked Fabi as an opponent.
No.
He's definitely left with Fabi. You don't pick Fabi as an opponent, regardless of where you're playing, regardless of the format that you're playing in, regardless of the form that you're playing in. It's Oparin versus Fabiano Caruana.
And I think the two of them are colleagues. I think this is publicly known that Oparin was helping Fabiano. But, this is the chess world. Sometimes you have to play your friends. Sometimes you have to play those whom you've helped or who have helped you train. And I think there's always a mutual understanding that, we might even know what the other person knows or plays, but we're still ready to treat each other like worthy opponents. And then the moment the match ends, we're back to being friends. So I'm curious to see how that one will unfold. Oparin is very strong. He's a fantastic blitz player, and nobody has an easy ride in this second match. Of course, it's a best of 4 now, Tanya. So the margins are widened a little bit if you're a top player. You don't need to be perfect, but you need to be almost perfect.
It's the exact same format as what we saw in round 1, but with that big one twist that you pointed out, that instead of being a mini match of a best of 2, the players will fight in 4 games, 10 minutes with a 2-second increment. So there's more scope for a comeback if things go wrong. The first to reach 2.5 points wins the match. The winner of the match goes into fight in Division 1. That starts from tomorrow. The losers, it's the end of their road for the fight for Division 1, but not the end in the tournament. They get relegated down to Division 2. And for Jules Moussard, once again, he starts with the black pieces. He was extremely impressive in his match against Hikaru Nakamura with black in round 1, as well as the game that he eventually went on to win in round 2. Can he be the super GM Slayer of the day? Jan Nepomniachtchi, starting with white. It's the King's Pawn opening. We see the Sicilian. Is it going to be Bishop B5 one more time? It's not. It's the Alapin.
Whoa. And Jan has been a chameleon. He's just shifted from opening to opening. He had this sort of dalliance with the Catalan that he was playing exclusively in rapid formats last year. But he sort of has an opening per year kind of thing. He chooses a different approach every time. And this time a delayed Alapin, this Bishop E2 line. Something tells me Mr. Moussard knows about the poison nature of this pawn on E4. Of course, for those who have never seen this before, a nice little trap to add to your dictionary. Knight takes E4, runs into Queen A4 with a fork against the knight. So you can leave the pawn hanging as long as black doesn't castle. And Bishop B5 check. Very fashionable line. I've seen David Anton Guijarro play this line quite a bit. The point is basically to almost treat this like a Rosalimo or like a canal system, Tanya, where you're going to trade the bishops on D7 and you're going to try to quickly occupy the center and play for a very small but steady little edge.
But you have to break this down for us a little bit, because it also feels like white has just spent 2 moves, first taking the bishop out to E2 and then to B5. Why not just do it before getting it to E2?
Yeah, I think the point is essentially that black has this awkward dilemma now of how to block this check. And now white is going to take and play queen to E2. And the reason it's so important to play queen e2, like why wouldn't you play, like rook e1? Maybe you do play rook e1. I guess he does play rook e1. Frequently, the reservation is that black has the move c4, which prevents white from occupying the center with d4. But I'm going to put this on the board. I think this is very important because Jan actually has gotten exactly what he wants with the move d4, and I think a small edge now out of the opening. Maybe Musard is prepared here. But just to rewind for a second, why can't black play c4 and stop white from playing d4? Well, apparently it's because of queen to e2, hitting this pawn. And black is just like one tempo too short, Tanya. b5, a4, and you're just not in time to maintain this grip because after a takes b5, the rook on a8 is hanging, and there's nothing black can do. His position collapses. So instead, Musard has to allow Jan to take over the center, and after e5, white is better. White is definitely better out of the opening.
That's really
Absolutely.
nicely broken down, Daniel, all these ideas that exist and the difference in move order right there. We see a knight trade, and it's clear that white's the first to get a pawn passed behind enemy lines into enemy camp. And once you're able to get one of your pawns into the half of your opponent's board, it means more space for you. So that e5 pawn gives white that extra space. At some point, black will try to break it with the move f6 to also activate the bishop on g7, but it needs to be timed correctly. f6, is that a move that you can think about going immediately?
Man, is my camera that bored about what we're talking about? Is it really like, all right, I'm going to go to sleep now? Like, this is not an interesting position. I'm so unfocused. Man, I'm personally offended at my camera.
Jan's camera is not about how focused he is or not, because Jan needs to be completely focused on the position. Oh, and he's back.
He's back. Knight to d8. Great move by Musard. Actually, and this is the issue with Jan. I mean, sometimes in these rapid formats, he can make some very sloppy moves in relation to other super GMs. He can play brilliantly when he's in good form, but from time to time, he'll make a sloppy decision, and it has cost him in the past. It didn't cost him yesterday. He was in just supreme form. I actually don't love the placement of this bishop on f4. Musard brings his knight over to e6, Tanya. He's going to grab the c-file potentially by doubling on it. And it just feels like white hasn't squeezed the most juice out of this superiority that he has in the center.
Very interesting. So not going for any central break ideas, but just rerouting and playing for piece activity. The one thing you don't want to do perhaps is trade on white's terms, which is allow that white queen to land on h6. So just continue with the plan as is. White, meanwhile, dreaming of a faraway future after a trade of trying to push that f-pawn up the board. It's going to take a while. It's going to be a strategic fight. Well, talking about f-pawn, it's the h-pawn up the board, and maybe not so strategic after all, because Jan Nepomniachtchi is going for it. h5 incoming.
Okay, this is a very bold approach by Jan and a very risky approach because he's got some queenside weaknesses, right? He's giving up the c-file. He's leaving the d4 pawn under the supervision of his knight, which is okay for now, but, black's rook could land on c4 later. And I think for Musard, the question is, does he actually embrace this and take h6, inviting the queen over to h6, and then maybe infiltrates with his rook to c2? That has to be calculated. It's much easier for me to say that. I don't think I would have the guts to do that against Jan. But Musard is a very brave player. He doesn't care who he's playing. His decision-making doesn't really change, and he takes a middle ground approach. He doesn't do that, but he is preparing to double on the c-file, and the onus is definitely on Jan to demonstrate that his kingside play is going to amount to something, because he's paying a pretty steep positional price for it.
And where are the pieces for it to mount to something? Your queen's got no penetrating squares. Yes, you get that really nice stronghold, h6. It's also really fascinating how this idea of putting the h-pawn on h6 and not really trading on g6 has become all the fashion since AlphaZero, to just make sure that black long-term has problems on the king side. The king remains trapped. But we see more pieces come off. For me, Daniel, once again, it looks like this is going to be a very comfortable, solid hold by Jules Musard against one of the best in the world.
Yeah, I'm not really understanding, the speed of play here for Nepo. He seems confident in his position, and yeah, I agree that he's probably not worse with a very powerful pawn on h6, and maybe even Jules has to be careful here. But f6 is a very heads-up move, just controlling some key dark squares, and this pawn on h6 is going to become a huge liability if the queens get swapped, right? Because then black's king can very easily access that pawn and just pick it off like dead weight. King f7 is played, and that is why he played the pawn up to f6. The knight on f3 is now fully restricted, and I think we're going to get a draw in the first game, Tanya, one way or the other. I agree.
And that's a great result for Jules. He had the same against Hikaru, an absolute beast, and now against Jan Nepomniachtchi, it's not just the scoreline of having the draw in the first game, but also just doing it in such an easy manner, just not giving your opponent any chance at all. And we're going to zoom out and take a look at the action on the other boards. Daniel, what catches your attention? A lot of action everywhere, except perhaps not on that middle board.
Yeah, definitely Wesley versus Levon was just a theoretical opening that is going to result in a draw. Very unsurprising there. Duda versus Antipov is just a slight edge out of the opening for Duda, who is just an absolute nightmare opponent. I'll talk more about him in a little while. Let's maybe go to the rightmost board between Oparin and Caruana, if that's okay with you, Tanya. I'm not seeing any openings that are ultra tactical, but I actually think Fabi continues to demonstrate fantastic form. He's got an advantage of the black pieces here out of a Queen's Indian. I actually had no idea what opening this was. He's got this 3-on-2. What do you make of this position?
That 3-on-2 that you're pointing out, and the bishop and the queen putting up this really nice battery all the way across on the longest diagonal, essentially tying down that white knight as well. I like black's chances here. You know, you always as white have to be extremely careful of the b pawn moving forward, creating a passer. All endgames will give black that edge. White, meanwhile, not the healthiest pawn structure on the king side. The black knight has got potential jumps at the center of the board. Visually, from all the strategic perspectives, it looks like Fabi's created something here. Yeah. Daniel, but before we deep dive into the chess of it, I have to ask you, because you mentioned this before the start of the round as well, that these two players know each other so well. Oparin has been a trainer to Fabi for so many years, including the recently held candidates as well. And there's so much that you know about each other, the opening preparation aspect of it, especially, you know, your strengths and your weaknesses. As a coach, Oparin knows Fabi inside out. This is going to be a bit of an awkward match for these two to play.
Absolutely. I mean, if you in an ideal world, you don't like playing your friends. Definitely, you don't like playing people that you've seconded. So it's an uncomfortable match. You know, neither of them loves it, but I think they also understand that it's just part of chess is to play people like that. You will cross paths with them. I never loved it either, and you can't always do the end of the Hunger Games. You know, Peeta and Katniss live happily ever after thing. One player has to win this match, and they know that. So, you know, you just play your best. You know, I think often there's a mutual understanding not to go into certain topical openings that they have jointly worked on developing, maybe avoiding, you know, certain territory. But other than that, it's just a regular match. And definitely in a regular match, Fabi is the favorite. But Oparin is very solid. He's a hard guy to bring down. And we see a rook trade there on d4. Fabi is trying to set up the conditions when he can finally push b4. Obviously, he can't do that just yet. He has to time that very, very carefully.
And before Fabi gets to b4, can Oparin start to get to those pawns with his own a-pawn moving forward? I'm looking at an idea like a4 here. c4 is under fire. Yes, I see the move bishop d3, which could be an intermezzo. But then you're also opening up that white bishop on g2, which is pointing directly at the black queen.
A4 has to be calculated very concretely. A4, b takes a4, rook takes c4. Those doubled a pawns could become a strength if you can get to this b pawn quickly. Ooh, I'm seeing some cool tactics there, but I'm not sure where they lead.
What's going on in your head?
A4. Let's pull up an analysis board really quickly. I mean, this is a pretty slow moving round actually, so we have the time to do some exploring. A4, I was thinking b takes a4. Rook takes c4, and I was calculating a3, but there's a crucial defensive detail here, Tanya. B takes a3, queen b1 check, and my eye was caught by the prospect of bishop to d3. So if black blocks with a queen on f1, this is a blunder because I take, and you have no good way to recapture because the bishop is overloaded, or white gets forked. Unfortunately, after bishop f1, there is no fork on d3 any longer, and white survives. You want to know what the computer move is after a4? Not on my radar at all. It's C3, breakthrough, BC, and as though you didn't do anything, you just played B4. And apparently, Black's pass pawn is so incredibly strong. A4 would have been a great practical choice. Oparin goes a different way. He goes to H4 with his knight. Takes, rook C8. I'm not liking this. I think Fabi is getting what he wants on the queen side, and he is going to play either C3 or B4 momentarily.
And I think I touched upon this earlier, right, Daniel, that the more pieces that get traded off, the closer it gets to an endgame, it's only Black that's going to be trying because it's so much easier as Black to create a passer. The 4 versus 3 formation on the king side is not going to really help White getting that counterplay. Meanwhile, Black can just continue putting pressure, always eyeing that move B4. And the lesser pieces on the board, the easier it gets because you've got less attack on that C4 pawn eventually. Now, Oparin is trying to reroute that knight. Knight comes back to E1, only to go forward. F3, E5 would be the dream square for the knight to try to create his own ideas as White. You can't go B4 just yet because rook takes pawn is in the air. So double up on the C file because I do believe that Fabi really wants to get that B4 in. I'm looking at an idea like queen C6, B4 is Black in time.
And he goes
from
the other end. He plays C3, which, is a more cumbersome way of preparing the breakthrough. And he wants to play B4, and he's finally ready to play it. And if he can get this pawn down to B3, that's when things get really scary for White, because you're not only managing the passed pawn, there's also an enemy at the gates on the other side. I mean, White's king is very weak, and, Black can swing the rook back to G6 potentially, or maybe infiltrate to C1. I mean, White is very passive here, so Oparin has to be ultra precise. He's walking on hot coals here. So far, keeping things together. Speaking of not keeping things together, Mikhail Antipov in grave, potentially mortal danger in the middle game against what I think is the most uncomfortable opponent I have ever faced among any Super GMs, Jan Krzysztof Duda. So your call, Tanya, on whether we stay on this game, take a little detour.
Let's jump to that, but you have to tell us the reason. Why is Jan Krzysztof Duda such a tough opponent for you?
I think it's a combination of factors. I've played him several times in Rapid, and several underrated factors about him. His time management is probably among the best. He is not quite as fast as Nepo, but I think he strikes the perfect middle ground. Very rarely an acute time pressure. Very practical decision-making. He is very good at choosing the right openings against the right opponents. Against me with White, he would always go into a King's Indian and plays very tactical lines, which made me get into time pressure. Against Antipov, he also plays essentially in the same spirit as Kramnik in the previous mini-match, which Antipov won, but it wasn't because of the opening. We saw one knight F3, and we just see a very uncomfortable position for Mikhail Antipov. I'm also looking at bishop H7 check, and I'm seeing that it doesn't work because the knight could have recaptured on H7, exposing White's queen to a counterattack. Duda drops his bishop back instead.
Yeah, that's everything you said about Jan Krzysztof Duda's strength, which make him such a world-class player. And he's really been at the top for so many years. And he's the one who beat Magnus Carlsen in the World Cup as well a couple of years ago. All right, but in this one, while you said that White's position looks great, what happened?
Oh, knight G4, knight D5, queen takes H6 is a beautiful mate. But sorry, Tanya, I didn't mean to cut you off.
You have to show that because that is an absolute stunner. A queen sacrifice to get to your opponent's king. I love it.
The problem is I don't think it's the only move. And I think knight D5 is, we're not going to see this because, yeah, actually it is the best move. Queen takes H6. And this is not a common mating pattern. I mean, you see this very frequently, but with the third minor, I was going to say the third bishop, the second bishop protecting H7 like this is really nice. And knight G4 would have put Black in mortal danger. The point, of course, is just to trade the knights and to use the bishops to target this G7 pawn. Instead, we see H3 by Jan. Typical Duda move, by the way, just keeping the tension. Antipov gets his bishop into the action. Now I think knight G4 is very likely. The same ideas remain in this position. If he goes knight G4, he's got a big attack. If he doesn't, Antipov is just about ready to start exchanging the rooks and neutralizing White's initiative here. Big moment.
Duda is the king of chaos. He loves these kind of tactics, and it's definitely on his radar. The kind of chess that he shows is so entertaining and so creative, always trying to build that initiative, that aggressive play against the opponent's king. But here, time really is of the essence, because the more pieces that come off, give Antipov 2 moves. Rook takes rook and bring the other rook to d8, and then you can suddenly feel the position is neutralizing. So for Duda, knight g4 is one way to set up this tactical trick that you were talking about, but I think there's something he doesn't like about it. He doesn't like perhaps that black can just trade off the knights, because it's hard to imagine that Duda hasn't spotted this idea. This is classic Duda. He spots these tactics for breakfast, Daniel.
And speaking of winning games for breakfast, Dmitry Andreikin got the kind of position he wins all the time, and he's about to win his first game against Vladimir Fedoseev. It wasn't a particularly exciting game. It was a better end game that he is about to convert into the full point. Yana Pamnishi and Jules Mussard are still playing, and their position actually is getting more and more interesting. I'm shocked to say I thought it was going to be a quick bailout and a draw, but Jan says not so fast. Jules Mussard has to play very fast. He's down to 39 seconds. Maybe we can go to the bird's eye view for just a second, just to kind of keep an eye, because almost all of the games are kind of reaching a climax at the same time. You can see Andreikin's pawns there in the middle toward the right side. His pawn on c6 and his pawn on c4. He's completely winning. That game is essentially decided. But look at Nepo versus Mussard. Should we go there?
Let's do it. We have to deep dive into that. I see a king, a center of the board. Whenever there's queen and knight present, trying to fight that king, it's so incredibly dangerous. You see the evaluation bar says that white is completely winning because all of black's pawns are hanging right now. The d5 pawn is hanging. There's a queen d7 check in the air, queen d5 trading off the queens as well.
Wow.
And yet the computer says the best move is f3.
And apparently it wins the game, and it's the only move that wins the game. You actually want to avoid the tempting move queen d7 check, which leads nowhere. It leads just to a perpetual check. f3 it's a deflection, right? You're deflecting the queen because then you take d5 with check and win the knight. And after f3, the point is the knight is nowhere good to go. It gets forked everywhere. Knight d6, queen d7 is a fork. If you take on g3, the queen is basically going to zigzag around to c7 and fork the knight as well. Nepo's going to see this, and he's played it.
Does.
And what a turnaround. How did he manage to create chances in this position? We're going to see the fork against the knight, and Nepo's going to take the first game. Pretty incredible stuff. And I'm also seeing Duda's game liquidating. All of the games are going crazy, but Nepo is going to win. Amazing.
This is fantastic. Just his awareness, his full board awareness. The queen from the other side of the board is going to pick up the knight on the other side of the board now. Queen takes knight, and black has got 2 pawns for the piece. Jules is still going to fight. He's going to try and fight and get some checks in against the white king, and also try to push those pawns on the king side. But Daniel, with d5 hanging, the king perhaps marching up the board as well on the queen side, it's hard to imagine that black will have enough. And he picks that up with the queen. There's always king c4, queen c1. So you have to be careful. He keeps the king and the knight close to each other. The knight is going to play a brilliant role of defense once it falls back to c2. Go on, Daniel.
This is easy, though. I mean, there's no perpetual. By the way, Duda has won a piece in really stunning fashion. Antipov is stunned, and he's like, where's my equality that was promised? Oparin holds against Fabiano. Well done by Grigori Opard. He played that flawlessly and did not allow Fabi to drive his pass pawn down the board. I really want to show how Duda won a piece against Antipov, but we can chill on this game, and I can show that after the games conclude. So much action in this first game. I don't even know where to go.
I don't think we're going to be chilling for too long. This has to be over any second. With Jules with just 2 seconds on the clock, the A pawn marching up. But be careful, A6 runs into queen A2 check, and that pawn will be picked up. You're pointing out ideas of perhaps just getting to the black king instead. Knight G4 check.
Yeah. Actually, not so easy, right? With winning with an extra knight is hard because Jules is also very, very good in time pressure.
Daniel, you need to know how the knight moves.
That I'm still kind of getting my head around that, you know. Knight G4, yeah, maybe that is the concrete win, but what do you do after King G5?
A tough question to answer. And the A pawn is stopped for now, as we were pointing out that a check would pick it up if it moves to A6. Meanwhile, black intending to push the H pawn. Jules does have the idea of H3. He's down to 4 seconds. Yan has enough time to navigate through these obstacles like Mark
Well done.
Rober's squirrels with great
Wow.
precision.
King e3, h3. I mean, resigning here would be crazy if you're black. Of course, you have to play.
Can you
I
go
mean, this is not
d5?
an easy conversion. d5, opening up a mate in one threat. Jan goes with the queen trade. That is also good. And now it's finally over. a6, I think he is in time to promote his pawn. He can just give up the knight. Well done.
Jules keeps fighting. He's not resigning right now. A6, he was perhaps not wanting to give any counterplay with king takes pawn. Just keeps everything under control. And now black's pawns are just too far away. Jules Moussa does resign. Jan Nepomniachtchi takes the lead in his match. It was a tough start for him. It did feel as if Jules had managed to equalize without too much trouble. But then Jan just doing Jan things, keeping the clock to favor him, slowly turning the game around, and then flawless technique.
Unbelievable. It felt like Jan was kind of phoning it in the first stage of the game. Like, maybe Jules was the one fighting for a small edge in the early middle game, and then suddenly, boom, he gets him into time pressure. He finds the on-demand move F3, and that was the game winner. But he wasn't the only one who scored a big win on Draken. Smooth positional effort against Fedoseev. And Jan Krzysztof Duda, I'll be spotlighting the game, Tanya, but he is a beast in all formats. Such an uncomfortable opponent in any match. Just ask Magnus.
And this first game against Antipov, Jan Krzysztof Duda really lived up to all the praise that you were on about the big strengths that he has. Wesley So as well kept it under control. There wasn't much that happened, but Jan Nepomniachtchi is so impressive in these formats. And today he won the Swiss Plains and then starts the day with a big win. The action does continue, and Daniel, there are so many fantastic games on with all these big juicy matchups. It's hard to keep up with some of the big moments, but I know you've got something spectacular to show us. Take us through the Jan Krzysztof Duda Antipov game that impressed you so much.
Well, it's just the typical way that Duda wins games. It wasn't perfect, but it was pretty darn close. So Duda starts with a pretty non-theoretical opening, kind of a Zukertort, Kali system cross, and I'm going to fast forward us to the interesting part of the game, just in the interest of time. Antipov does not play the opening particularly well. He plays it passively, gives Duda a nice edge, a nice central bind, but then things get really interesting when the center opens up. Here Antipov finds a great defensive resource, Rook D8, with bishop h7, walking into knight takes h7, and black actually wins the game because of the back rank mate, or black loses a piece. Now, Duda saw through that, and instead he dropped his bishop back to c2. We highlighted knight g4 with some interesting tactics, but instead, Duda missed that resource the first time, but not the second, and here Antipov makes the decisive mistake, bishop e2. Now the winning move was knight takes h6 check with an incredible mating idea. Let's say white plays bishop takes d1. You sacrifice another minor piece and then deliver the checkmate on g7 or on h7. But Duda missed that. He took the knight on f6. And instead, Antipov took, and here Antipov took the wrong way. He took with the bishop. If he had taken with the rook on d1, this would have been a draw. Why was bishop takes wrong? Because in this position, Duda takes on d1 and wins a piece. Just kidding. This is what Antipov expected him to do. Here, Antipov calculated that he wins back the bishop with a draw. Instead, Duda plays the incredible intermezzo b4 with mere seconds on his clock. This is what Antipov missed. This slices off the queen's connection to e1, and this wins a clean piece. Antipov simply resigned because the bishop on d1 is lost. He made some mistakes, did Jan Krzysztof Duda, but he wins the game in dashing style in only 23 moves. He is on the road to a convincing victory, unless Antipov can turn things around in the second match game.
I love that. B4 belongs in the book of combinations, and the chapter is intermezzo. Find the intermediate move. And it just wraps things up on the spot. Just incredible tactical awareness there. B4 could very well be the move of this round, Daniel. Really nicely pointed out by you right there. But of course, Antipov still has all the chances. There are 3 more games remaining for each of these players, as it is a best of 4. Daniel, Jan Krzysztof Duda, very impressive. Jan Nepomniachtchi, incredibly impressive, making a turnaround and creating his chances in that game.
Good stuff, but now Moussard is thankful for the fact that it's a best of 4. It's not a tragedy. I mean, he lost with black in the first game, okay, He's got the white pieces. He defeated Hikaru with white. He's clearly got some great prep in the English, so we'll see what he can bring to the table. But let's start with the friends and the seconds. Gregorio Parin versus Fabiano Caruana. Fabi was in the driver's seat in game one, but great defensive effort by Grisha.
It looks like they're just mirroring each other. They know each other so well that they're just twinning on camera right now. And this, I think, this approach by Fabi is a way to just perhaps avoid any big mainline theory that he's discussed. Absolute threadbare analysis with Oparin for the candidates and for the many tournaments that they work together in. So just trying to get a game here. The first one, it was a tough one, but Oparin managed to hold with the white pieces. Now with black, how will Fabi try to create his chances in this one? Slow start.
By the way, I'm just seeing that Levon played a Scholar's Mate opening against Wesley, but we'll get to that later. This is a kind of a cross, right, between Nimzovich Larsen, which is 1b3. It's almost like a reverse Nimzo Indian is the way that I like to think of it, right? D4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, except with colors reversed. And because white has that extra tempo, white is able to achieve a very harmonious setup. So here you see a big crossroads now between one treatment of the position, which is to play c4 and d4. The other one is to play more modestly with d3 and knight b to d2. C4 is the most ambitious line. Of course, Fabi, he always chooses the most principled continuation. I like this choice. I think this is exactly what the doctor ordered. And we're going to see him sticking the knight on e5 and potentially supporting with f4 at some point. But you might also still play d4. You might still play d3. Tanya, lots of ways to play in the center here.
And that's the thing about these strategic positions. It's not as much about move-to-move theory, but about these different plans and different approaches. Chess is a complex game. You can play it in many different ways. And Fabi will think about what is his further plan, the kind of setup he wants. He does trade the knight for the bishop, more trades happening. The d-pawn will perhaps move forward depending on how black recaptures. Daniel, did I hear you say a Scholar's Mate was being set up on one of the boards?
It was set up indeed by Levon Aronian. I think we have to take a closer look because Fabi playing this in a very kind of, I don't want to say sterile, but maybe a bit of a sterile way. And let's see if he can make anything amount from his opening, but much more zesty action in Wesley So versus Levon Aronian. Let me rewind this, Tanya, because I was like, is this normal? Is there a queen on f3? Yes, there was a queen on f3 on move 3. e4, e5. Now, Hikaru was famous for playing queen h5 in his younger days, but something similar here. Knight f6, queen f3. Okay, is this a thing now? Wesley thought for a while, played c6, saying, I'm just going to occupy the center. I'm going to punish you, Levon. Levon actually does develop a minor piece. Good job. Knight a6. Are we playing like a Fisher random game here? What's going on?
This is crazy stuff. This is the most non-standard opening that I have ever seen. Yes, Levon Aronian, one of the most creative players of modern chess, but this is crazy stuff. That last move by Lev, bringing that knight to e2, it's clear that, oh my god, there's no stopping. There's no stopping Wesley today. He's just pushing the b pawn, allowing some tactics along the a file as well.
Wow.
Once the trades are on the board. Does that work, Daniel? Can you take on f7?
This is insane. And Levon has always been a creative player who's played pretty normal openings. But here he's putting his best Richard Report impression on. Let's dive in with an analysis board. We have to look at this, Tanya, as you're indicating. A takes b4, A takes. It's on the board. Okay, so I'll refresh to get. And he's played it. Bishop f7. I don't have to do any work at all. Rook a8, bc. And now a critical moment because white should not automatically recapture on c3. Because that gives black a tempo, and black can use this tempo to play d5. Apparently, the best move is a move d4, and he's played that as well. Let me just stop making any moves on the board and let the players take over because they clearly know what they're doing. d4 blasting through in the center, Tanya, and the idea very simple. He wants to play, he takes d4, e5, and pick up the knight on f6. Yeah.
The speed with which Levon's playing, he's clearly familiar with this position. I mean, you don't make these moves just using about a minute on your clock right now.
But he's Levon Aronian.
It's true. He does play very fast, and he does. It's true. Now, d4 on the board. Black has got ideas of also picking up the b2 pawn. There are intermezzos of trying to put some pressure on white's pieces, but I would be petrified as black. The king is out on f7. That bishop on c8 is under fire. There are two massive pins. The knight is pinned to the black king. The bishop is pinned to the black queen. And the white pawns are coming.
Yeah, this is not what Wesley had in his horoscope today. He wasn't expecting to have to defend this. And I think he has to at least start with c takes b2, bishop takes b2. And now he has to find some creative way of getting out of essentially avoiding the loss of a minor piece. I mean, the problem he faces right now is a very concrete one. He is about to lose a piece if he plays e takes d4. And if he doesn't, then white will take on e5 and institute the same pin against the knight. So after cb bishop takes b2, apparently the only salvation is in the form of queen b6, which is an impossible move because you're actually abandoning the other bishop as well. And Wesley is going to burn a ton of time just to find a way to stay alive here. This might be an opening calamity, an opening debacle by Wesley. So it already is. Even if it is okay for him objectively, Tanya, I do not see him pulling this one off. Queen f3 on move 3. Let me write that down real quick. I didn't know that that's a forced win in chess, but now that I know, I think the path to the title is pretty clear. Gukesh, you better watch out. Ding, you better watch out.
Yeah, everyone needs to start preparing this line now. Queen to f3, threatening a checkmate in 1 on game 3. I mean, this is on move 3. This is stuff for the kids usually, but chess is forever changing. Who knows, this might become mainline theory very, very soon. But Daniel, this position looks so difficult to handle, and already Wesley's clock tells the full story. He's just not able to navigate his way through these complications that you're pointing out. You mentioned the move queen b6. I mean, it's easy to spot pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn. But queen b6 as a follow-up, good luck finding that. And if not, how are you dealing with all these millions of threats on the board? Wesley keeps on thinking he doesn't have that much time.
Yeah, and the problem with, sort of over-reliance on the computer is that everything makes sense. It's the classic, I always compare this to me preparing for exams in like computer science class. The professor would hand out a practice exam, and I'm just going to look at some solutions, and I look at this. Yeah, I understand how to do this, right? I could totally reproduce this on the exam. Guess what? Wesley is in this chair because he can actually solve very serious problems. He finds queen b6. This is vintage Wesley, but that's just step one, Tanya. That's just step one. And if Levon steps back with his bishop to c1, Wesley's got the same problem again. Again, the knight is hanging and the pawn is hanging. What's his move in that position?
First, Levon, bishop c1, you can reach with, again, a process of elimination. Your bishop's attack, you need to find a good square that also stops queen coming in to b1 with a check. So bishop c1, I believe Levon will find. But queen b6, spotting this idea, I just want to add, I think it's moments like these that make you realize why Wesley is considered one of the hardest players to beat and one of the best players in faster formats, because he is able to accurately calculate, defend difficult positions tenaciously, and also when given the opportunity, strikes with accuracy. Now, you mentioned queen b6 is just step one. To me, this position looks like a challenge with at least 100 steps ahead. With 4.5 minutes on the clock, bishop c1, you're asking me what's the move from black there? Daniel, are you kidding me? The knight on c5 is hanging. e5 is a big threat. Pawn takes pawn is a threat. You've got to help me out here. I'm not sure. Bishop c1, how does black continue there to keep everything alive in the position?
By the way, white also has a really pretty draw, and I should show this because people might be wondering, let's not forget this other bishop's also hanging. So white can actually play in this position, and maybe Levon is thinking about this DC. Queen takes b2, and I'm going to show this quicker than I normally would. Black goes after the rook on h1, and this is not the end of the story. Now white has this nasty diagonal check, which cannot be blocked because of en passant, and it's a perpetual. King g6, the queen keeps swinging back and forth. Unfortunately for white, he doesn't have enough firepower, just not enough attackers in order to do anything more than this. So this is a draw. But after bishop to c1, right, dropping the bishop back, here, actually, black can maybe even sacrifice the knight on f6 and go for the initiative with knight takes e4. White plays d takes e5, and black can start making a bunch of tempo moves, right? There's a check on b4, but perhaps black should start by bringing the bishop out to b7, chasing the rook away, evicting it from A8, and now delivering another check on B4. Things get completely wild here. Things get totally out of control. White plays C3. Black sacrifices a knight on C3. It's complete pandemonium, Tanya, and it's not worth for us. We don't have the time to explore these complications, but maybe the players do, and maybe we will see these on the board. Levon might go for this draw if he feels apprehensive about going into total chaos.
That was mind-boggling chess, and it just doesn't feel like human chess at all. All these ideas and these lines and variations that you're showing, good luck calculating that with 6 minutes on the clock. And even with an hour on the clock, everything in the position is hanging. And the more Levon's thinking, I'm just wondering if he's actually not going to retreat with the bishop to C1. To me, it just felt like, you keep all the threats on the board. Pawn takes knight, pawn takes pawn, rook takes bishop. Everything's coming up next. And you just retreat with the one idea, playing against the one idea that black has. But Levon, the more he thinks, I believe he's going to find another way. I think we might even see that repetition, the perpetual check that you were talking about.
Yeah, it's the perpetual check is something that Levon should be able to calculate pretty quickly. I think what often these top players do, they see the perpetual and they tell themselves, okay, I'm going to think for like 5-6 minutes. And if I don't find anything I like, this is in my pocket, I'm going to press the eject button. The reason I was showing the engine line is merely to illustrate how chaotic the position is. There was nothing in that line that was, instructive. It's just to show that this is incalculable. This is, if Levon goes for the chaos, if he presses the chaos button, as you like to say, that shows an incredible confidence in his position, because it is an impossible situation to evaluate, even approximately. By the way, Fedoseev and Andreikin have another one of those chaos positions that is perhaps worth checking out.
The clocks are leveling out on this, and because this position is absolute madness on the board, so many options. I would love to see Levon's decision, because Daniel, he can't think forever on this, because there are further decisions to be made, unless he's calculated it all the way through till getting that draw. So I would really like to stay here, but if you think it's time to move on, take us through where you want to go right now.
I mean, not at all, actually, because Fedoseev is just going to win his game. But at some point, I actually just want to quickly show how Andreikin lost the plot there. It's not a worthy position to look at now. I mean, Fedoseev is simply up a rook, and Andreikin will resign. Just a quick status update. Let's stay here and let's see the decision. Fabiano and Oparin are going to draw their second game. That was a very disappointing game. Fabiano just did not create anything out of the opening. And that fizzled out very quickly. But Jan is slightly better against Musard with black. So let's stay here. We've invested too much time in this game. Now we got to reap the rewards and see what Levon chooses.
I'm worried about Levon because he's investing too much time in this position. And that's going to cost him a lot. 3.5 minute mark now. He's less on the clock than Wesley, and he does eventually retreat. So the game will go on. There will be big decisions to be taken with high responsibility moves. But first, Wesley needs to see which piece does he want to give up right now. Because I believe every single move that black has here, you lose something. You were pointing out knight takes pawn. Is there even bishop b7 runs into pawn takes knight, because that hits the queen. You don't even have time to pick up the rook.
It's hard to say. Yeah, pawn takes, and the problem is this move queen b4 is always met with c3. So I'm just struggling to find an alternative to knight takes e4. We could get a time scramble here right out of the opening. It's so funny that black is 4 minutes, white is, when you're playing a 3+0 game on Chess.com, this feels like such a luxury to have over 3 minutes. But here it feels like acute time pressure, because you could spend this amount of time calculating one line, one single move. But it's time to make a decision. You just got to trust your gut here if you're both players. I mean, you don't have the time to calculate anything.
And let's just do a quick piece count, because here white has an extra rook, but black has got 2 minor pieces for the rook. So even if black was to give up one of the minor pieces, it would be down in exchange. Your line, knight takes pawn, it gives so much activity to black as well. There are ideas if white was to take the bishop on c8, the bishop comes out with a check on b4, that rook on c8 will be hanging. Daniel, what do you think?
I forgot. After knight takes, rook takes c8 is also, I keep forgetting this is also hanging.
So much is hanging.
But you're right, Tanya. This is a discovered attack on the rook. Oh, this is making me I mean,
Dizzy.
I can't even.
This
This is giving me
position-
a headache. Imagine sitting there and actually having to be the one making the moves.
I think this is going to be a bullet game. By the end of it, both players in the next 2 moves will be down to a minute and absolute chaos on the board. The position on fire, every piece hanging, Black's king in the center. Just insane stuff. Do you think he's going to go for knight takes pawn? And what are the other alternatives that he has? Because he has to keep the pressure going. He has to play energetically. He needs to find a way to attack white's pieces.
I'm not seeing too much in the form of an alternative here. And maybe Wesley's just not seeing a move. Maybe there's something about this knight takes c4 move that he doesn't like. It maybe just after d takes c5, he's stuck trying to figure out a way to get his pieces out quickly. Because I pointed out bishop b7 in that position, but it's easy for me to say, but there's a million ways that white could pick up a bunch of black's minor pieces. So it's a challenge, and Wesley's down to 90 seconds on his clock.
Oof.
This is going to get really crazy, and Fedoseev has defeated Andreikin. Antipov versus Duda's also getting crazy, but finally we get a move, and it is he takes d4, so what is his response going to be to e5? That is the big question.
And e5 you're pointing out, Daniel, why can't white just take that bishop on c8? Does Wesley want to just simply capture on e4? Well, we don't need to look into that. Wesley doesn't want to give up that central. Levon doesn't want to give up that central pawn. e5 on the board. And how does Wesley keep the pressure in? He's got about a minute on the clock.
It's checkmate. We got to see the position in Musard versus
Let's do
Nepo,
it.
just
Let's do
really
it.
quickly, just because it's a beautiful mating construction. So let's just catch the moment before Musard resigns. Before we go right back to that one, just to show you the last couple of moves, Musard actually blundered. I mean, Nepo was better this entire endgame, but look at what Nepo does here. He plays bishop takes d4, rook takes d4, and f5. Musard saw this. He finds this really lovely tactical counter response. Takes, rook d1, bishop f3, rook takes d8. Now, Musard in his mind thinks, okay, bishop takes rook. I take Nepo's bishop, and I'm okay. But after rook takes h3, it's checkmate, unstoppable on h1. White can give a series of completely useless checks. The king just moves up to e5. And look at this multi-purpose bishop. It guards d5. It protects h1, and the rooks are dominated. Jan Nepo is dominating his match. He's won 2 in a row. He's half a point away from crushing through this match.
That
Wow.
was
amazing.
That was amazing stuff. What a way to finish the game with the black pieces. Sacrificing to get to your opponent's king. Incredible stuff. Jan Nepomniachtchi showing his A form right now, and Wesley needs to do the same because the position continues to be completely crazy. So his decision was bishop to b7, attacking that white rook on a8. You perhaps don't have time to just pick up the knight yet, but that knight is in an eternal pin. So where are you moving the rook? Because you have to be careful of ideas like queen to b4 check comes to mind. That pawn from d4 can push to d3 at the right moment just to throw a spinner into the position. A lot of counter ideas here for black, but first question,
Bullet.
Daniel, where does white move that rook?
Well, it's time for bullet. You called it. And maybe white doesn't move the rook. You could actually sacrifice the rook and rip through black's defensive construction here with that e-pawn. Again, try to evaluate that with just a minute on your clock. So we're finally rewarded for our patience in the form of an just unimaginably crazy time scramble. If you had this in a classical game, you would feel panicked that I don't have the time to figure this out. You have an hour. You have a minute. That's not 1 hour. That is 1 minute. Now, under a minute for Levon. Jan has brought his A form. Levon has to make a move right now because he's got 50 seconds. I think he's looking at E takes F6, Tanya, and trying to figure out, can he make something of that attack? He plays it.
He played it.
I think he's got perpetual check
It's a brilliant
in his
scene.
pocket if he wants it. So he's got to draw if he wants it.
Daniel, I'm so glad you called out this move because it's absolutely stunning. You take the rook, black's king gets in the open. I'm already thinking about ideas like pawn takes pawn. Black will be forced to take the pawn back with the king. And there are tactics on the board. The bishop can step up to h6. Is this on the board?
Wow.
Has this been played?
It has, and bishop h6 is very much on Levon's radar. I think Wesley will not be able to take the bishop. He'll have to play king g6. But knight g3 by Levon, very logical move, trying to get his knight into the attack. But Tanya, maybe it was worth spending that one last tempo, getting the king to safety, because now Wesley is like, hello, I'm not the only one. You're not the only one who can attack my king. Let's reverse the roles here.
But there are no more checks,
the roles
Daniel.
are reversed again. Now Levon's like, no. It's my party. It's your king who's under attack. He's threatening checkmate a bunch of different ways.
Bishop 8-6
Does
still
Wesley
in the
have
air.
a move? Does he have
Bishop
a resource?
8-6, king takes bishop, queen f6 is checkmate. That's the idea. Can you come in with it?
Knight h5. I think you should start with knight h5, and he does. But where's the win after the king steps back? Where is the win?
Knight 2.
Check.
Knight f6, the king goes to g7.
Okay, he's got to draw. He's
Bishop
got 20
8-6
seconds.
doesn't work. He's got to find it. There is a knockout blow here. Levon will show us the way. He will not take this draw.
The move is knight takes d7, but it's a hard move to convince yourself to play. It's like, what does that move do? And I'll show that if he doesn't play it. He's got 10 seconds. He might not have the time to figure this out. He might have to force a draw.
Oh my
Knight
goodness.
takes d7. That's the winning move. That's the secret sauce. 5 seconds on the clock. I don't think he's got the time. He plays rook e1. d3. What a counter
The game
resource.
is still on.
It's anybody's game. Levon might lose this. He has to force a draw, I think, now. He has to.
He gets those extra seconds. Gives a check from the other side. 3 seconds.
Oh my God.
And it ends in a draw. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. And we have a game still going, and it's also in a time scramble. So we'll talk about this one later if that's okay, Tanya. Let me switch quickly over to Antipov versus Duda, which has had a complete turnaround. Duda was winning. Now they might be repeating moves as well. Let's see.
I think we're going to be talking about the Levon game for a very long time. And wow. And this one ends as well.
And apparently, apparently this was just a draw. Duda was definitely winning earlier in this game, but the Levon game was the star of the show, I gotta say. Whew, what a game.
What was that game start to finish? A million pieces hanging on the board, and then it ends in a repetition. And you can see it. Both these players, I think they're still on their screens trying to check out the crazy complications that we were trying to get our heads around. Extreme calmness and control on nerves by both Levon and Wesley. So what a game, Daniel. You've got to break that down for us. But first, let's take a look at our scoreline. As we cross the halfway mark, 2 games are over. Jan Nepomniachtchi dominating his match against Jules Moussad with a 2-0 lead. Needs only a draw. He could get the job done in just 3 games. Meanwhile, Wesley, Levon, the 2 draws do not tell the whole story. That was one of the wildest draws I have ever seen in chess. And Dmitry Andrikin, he did take the lead in his match, but then Fedoseev bouncing right back. Daniel, I'm still getting my head around what we just saw. That was some insane chess. They say not all draws are equal, and I think this game is why they say that.
And the first thing I'll say is you cannot fault Levon Aronian for repeating moves there in the end. It was actually a draw in the very end, but with so little time on the clock, you can't put your entire match at risk just in the name of pretending to fight for the win. I don't have nearly enough time. I could fill several hours, not an exaggeration, maybe a whole YouTube series talking about this one game. So let me just start from the very, very end, actually. And I'm going to start from this moment where a lot of time was burned by both players a few moves earlier, trying to figure out how to proceed. And the way that this was reached, I'm going to rewind a little bit further, is this position where Levon initiates the chaos, initiates total anarchy in the position with bishop takes f7. This leads to a material imbalance. And the move which gave Wesley a lot of pause, I was going to say Levy, I do that all the time, is d4. Levon simply undermines the pawn on e5. He puts his own pawn on e5, and now the knight on f6 is pinned. Wesley is under the gun to find counterplay. He does. He goes bishop b7. Levon sacrifices the rook on a8, exposing Black's king to a powerful attack. Here, castle's kingside was the move. Instead, he goes knight g3. Now Wesley had to find the ridiculous engine move rook g8 in order to draw the game. The point is that after knight h5, the king slinks away to h8 and then is blocked by the bishop on g7. Here, Black actually wins. Instead, he makes the mistake knight e6. And the only winning move was to play the rather anticlimactic knight takes d7, setting up queen f6. But what is the idea of this move? The idea of this move is so that the knight on e6 is left without a defender. And that is important because you just go after the knight. You don't go after the king. You go after the knight using the weakness of the king as a crutch. Now you go queen h5, king g7, queen to e5. And suddenly it's actually black's pieces that are targeted, not the king targeted directly. Really interesting theme. Here you simply win the rook. If the king goes back to g8, you win the knight, and then everything else falls. Instead, he didn't see that. He played rook e1. Brilliant counter resource by Wesley to play d3. And here Levon, with just seconds on his clock, saw no other choice but to repeat moves. Hats off to both players, Tanya. This was nonstop entertainment from literally the very first moves. What a game and what a match this promises to be.
Absolutely, Stella. Every single move in this game had us on the edge of our seats. I love the breakdown. I love the game. And the action, of course, continues. And Daniel, I will not be surprised if we're going to have a lifetime repertoire course on Chessable about Queen F3, the Scholar's Maid, and suddenly this opening comes into fashion after what we just saw. Well, we might have to wait for that one, but what our chat doesn't have to wait for is that we are announcing the launch of Chessable's 2024 Create Your Own Course competition. That's a CYOC, Create Your Own Course competition. Chess is a game that keeps on growing because everyone can teach something to another player. And it's not just these pros who have all the valuable knowledge to share. Chessable legend, international master Andras Toth is looking for the best course written by a Chessable user, which Andras will present and publish for the whole world to see. No topic is too basic. If you've got the tools for a niche opening, it could be patterns, it could be gambits, it could be anything else. We want to hear it. You have to submit in English, German, or Spanish. All the languages are welcome. Use the command CYOC in chat or visit chessable.com/create to learn how to enter this very, very cool competition and create your own Chessable course. Meanwhile, the players have to create the magic on the board. 2 more rapid games are incoming to decide the division placement. And we return soon. Who will make it to Division 1 is the big question. Stay tuned.
How often do you think about the Roman Empire? This July, you can think about it every day while you battle some of the ancient world's greatest and most fearsome leaders. Augustus, Hadrian, Cleopatra, Caligula, and of course, Julius Caesar. Play them all on Chess.com.
Introducing Chess Events by Chess.com, the brand new app that helps you stay up to date with the latest tournaments and results of the most important games. Get breaking news, tournament updates, live stream coverage, results of your favorite players, or a specific matchup you're excited for. Never again miss a tournament's final outcome, a critical moment, or news recaps by the world's top chess journalists. Chess Events makes it easier than ever to bring the chess world to you. Download the app today.
Hundreds of thousands of kids have used the CrunchLabs Build Box to learn how to create and build stuff while having a ton of fun at the same time. But what about something for teenagers and adults, where they can learn all the tools and tricks I use to create the builds on my channel? Well, I'm happy to say, starting today, that exists now. And this is it. It's called Hack Pack, and it's basically a series of really fun programmable robots that get delivered right to your door, where we build it together and learn step by step the kinds of engineering skills that go into making the builds on my channel. And don't be intimidated, because all these use a programmable microcontroller as the brain. Because if you can put together a Lego set, you can put together this. And it will work right out of the box. No programming required, and it will still be really fun. Heck yeah.
I'm super happy now to announce the Create Your Own course for 2024, where we encourage everyone from the Chessable community to participate, to write their own course, and maybe become the next winner. And winner chicken dinner, that's what you wanna be. Of course, there is a lot of joy in creating a course, but even sweeter is when you are standing on the podium, because winner $5,000, and also second and third will get $3,000 and $2,000 respectively. So this is looking like an ultimate deal as far as I'm concerned, and you can tell I'm super excited to get through those courses to pick out the winner, which I am going to present very, very proudly. So what's there? What do you need to know in order to get started? First of all, you need to have a Chessable Pro membership. Kind of goes without saying that Chessable Pro membership has a lot of perks already. I am sure that many of you already are Chessable Pro members, but if you are not, here is now another reason for you to upgrade your membership to access all the many perks of Chessable. Be mindful of the fact that there is a deadline associated with this Create Your Own course contest, and that deadline is the 19th of October. So you definitely would like to get the ball rolling. Go to chessable.com/create, and I can't wait to collaborate with you.
And these two players just had an absolute roller coaster of a game. The score in their match remains level with 2 draws, 2 very different draws in style, and only 2 more games to go in their rapid. Daniel, what are the chances of this one going down to the wire and us getting an Armageddon between Levon and Wesley?
Very, very high. I mean, we might get another 2 draws. I could see both of them winning a pair of games. This could go a million different directions, and Wesley didn't really create anything with the white pieces in the first game. I think that the pressure is now on because Levon has shown his willingness to burn all of his bridges with white. Let's see what Wesley can bring to the table. Very different kind of opening. No queen on f3. No Scholar's Mate for us today in this game. Instead, it's a Rubinstein Nimzo Indian. Very classical, severe opening by Wesley.
Very classical Wesley style as well. And now is he going to bring out his further develop his queenside pieces, getting that bishop out to d2. He decides to put that bishop on d3. It's all about where do you put your knight? Do you go to f3 or e2? That dictates how the middle game goes on. But this is standard theory. Very different. Completely in contrast to what we saw in the round 2 action, Daniel. And perhaps a good time to also do a little bird's eye view. Just do a little opening tour for us with all the action that's underway in this game 3 of the division placement.
Well, we see on the left side, okay, Jan is up 2-0, and he plays a kind of Alapin style line. Obviously only needs a draw. I think he's going to secure it. We see Jan Krzysztof mimicking Vladimir Kramnik and playing an opening that clearly Antipov finds to be uncomfortable. I mean, this is a theme. He's struggling against this kind of double Fianchetto reverse Benoni. But I also want to spotlight the Andreikin Fedoseev match because that has produced some pretty wild games with both of them taking a pair. They are tied as well. And they've got kind of a King's Indian attack. Also, I could say reverse Benoni type of structure with Andreikin handling the white pieces. And on the right side, we have an English in Oparin versus Caruana, which thus far hasn't produced any super interesting games, but that's good for us as well. That just means we'll get an Armageddon after 4 draws. So one way or the other, these people will entertain us. We demand it, and we will get what we demand. But Oparin very comfortable in that second game, holding pretty easily and getting the kind of positions that he wants. Maybe we can start with let's actually start with Duda versus Antipov, because that position is getting wild pretty quickly. H5 by Antipov. Very aggressive player. Very aggressive treatment of the position.
I'm just trying to get my head around it, because H5, I was just going to say, clearly hints that H pawn doesn't want to just stop there. It wanted to move ahead, but now it can't. H4 stopped. But it's crazy. The computer's pointing out F4 is the best move here. And Daniel, with that last move, the H pawn having moved to H4, you're giving up a very key square. There are a lot of light square weaknesses in the position, and the knight gets a nice hold on G4. I can never imagine White actually playing F3 to kick that knight out, giving away the E3 square. Duda continues to develop, but I do like this approach by Antipov. H5 provoking H4 and then getting this stronghold in Duda's camp.
But the problem, I think, is very specific here. In contrast to the Kramnik game, where he had this knight on A5 that was offsides, here could not be different. The knight is perfectly situated. It's sort of lording over the kingside. There's an issue with developing any kind of kingside attack for Antipov, which is that this grip that White has on G5 makes it very hard for Black to ever break apart the kingside. The problem is the pawn on C5 was a huge liability. White actually had a serious threat in the form of knight B3 or bishop A3, really any move to attack the C5 pawn, because Black was unable to play B6. And so that is why Antipov plays rook B8. But now Duda starts to develop his queenside pressure. A4 is met with A5. So we had H4, H5, and now, sorry, we had H5 followed by H4. Now Duda plays A4, and not to be outdone, Antipov says, I'm going to one-up you and play A5. I don't get that move at all. This pawn on C5 is going to destroy him. Bishop A3 is on the board. Knight E4 is coming next, Tanya. And if Black loses this pawn, guess what? White's going to have a protected passer on C4. I'm very pessimistic. I think this might be in the toilet for Antipov right out of the opening.
And there's no way back into any of the other rooms in the house from that toilet, because if you lose this game, you're actually out of the match. Yanchristov Duda needs a win to wrap things up. And from what we have in front of us, it surely promises to end decisively. Now, Bishop B7, offering a trade of that really strong Fianchettoed bishop of White, but you're losing the C5 pawn instantly. Take on B7, take on C5, D4 pawn under attack. You pointed out the knight coming on to E4. It can also jump to F3, targeting that D4 pawn further. How is Antipov going to prove his compensation for the lost pawn?
Yeah, I think he might be looking for that compensation all over the map, maybe all over the map that's behind him, but I don't think it's anywhere to be found. And knight E4, typical Duda, so accurate, right? Rather than grabbing the pawn of the bishop, which I would have done in an instant, he actually takes it with the knight. The bishop kind of hangs around in the shadows. The knight is perfectly placed. Now he can keep twisting the knife, driving in the screws with A5. The A6 pawn is another weakness that White can target. The queen from D1 has a perfect parking spot on F3. The rook, I mean, all of the pieces are basically playing themselves, coming out to natural squares. Black, on the other hand, has this dud of a bishop that's staring at its own pawn. This is a technically winning position right out of the opening. Duda should be able to convert this, but he was winning in the last game, and Antipov did manage to create complications. Remember the Armageddon game with Kramnik? So I don't think Duda is, in relaxed mode. He needs to be precise the next couple of moves.
But it's a dream start for him. He's got an extra pawn. He's got all the initiative in the possession. Hard to imagine a compensation. That knight on G4 still looking really pretty, but no assistance at all from any of the other pieces to actually get to White King. The queen comes out from the other side of the board, attacking the rook. I really like the E1 square. Well, if that black queen could somehow hop over and put itself on H3, then Antipov's got a game. But not easy to get there.
Look at the way that he's just playing on all sides of the board, using the pieces and targeting pawns and squares I didn't even realize existed. I mean, the E7 pawn, that's another target. The B6 square.
Ooh, rook B6, Daniel.
Antipov might not even last another 5 moves here, because the rook coming to B6 is a death sentence for Black. That's it. Rook B6, wow. Rook FB1, Tanya. Black is just sinking under the weight of White's initiative. Forget the extra pawn. Look at White's piece placement. It's everything rolled into one. This might be game, set, match for Duda.
I know I asked you a little while ago, what is it that makes Jan-Krzysztof Duda a tough opponent for you? I see it now. I mean, it's just insane how he's wrapped this up in just about 3 moves. He just found the right squares for his pieces without allowing any compensation, any ideas for his opponent. No chance even to get an e5 in. Rook b1, rook b6. He's playing on the king side. He's playing on the queen side. Just incredible stuff by Duda. All right, so
Yeah,
rook
Antipov.
b6 right now. Is that
That's
even
it.
because rook on e8 is hanging? Oh,
So
my
black will have to
goodness.
go rook e c8, and that endgame
Get
is
your other rook.
again your other rook to b6. Antipov might resign here, and this is it, right? Duda is one of the only truly universal players where, you know, even a lot of the top GMs, they are universal in the sense that they can do everything well, obviously. But Duda, it almost seems, can do everything equally brilliantly. I mean, he can play whatever's uncomfortable for his opponent. Look at how he's chosen the openings this match. Is it a coincidence that he chose knight f3 and e3, the stuff that Kramnik played against Antipov? No, he noticed it, he played it, and can I just play any old line that my opponent lost a game? And no, Duda plays it well because he knows a lot of different openings and a lot of different schemes, and he doesn't even take on c6. He just tightens the screws even further. Black is busto. Totally busto. This is resignable any second now for Antipov. But what a run in Division 1, Tanya. What a run for Antipov.
absolutely.
I mean, to qualify, to beat Kramnik.
And he
Duda
qualified
is-
in style, Daniel. He finished at the top of the leaderboard, tied with Jan Nepomniachtchi with 7 points in the Swiss. And then coming in, winning round 1 of the placement, relegating Vladimir Kramnik. Well, this one has been a Jan-Krzysztof Duda show, but Antipov has a lot of reasons to be proud of his performance. I don't see him surviving this one for another game. I just don't. I think Jan-Krzysztof Duda just wraps this up in round 3. He's going to get the dub.
Ugh, rook e6. I mean, look at his pawn structure on the king side. Takes, and put the other rook on b6. That's a classic. Antipov is trying to break free from the grip with some sort of breakthrough e5, anything, give up any amount of material. Just give you a little bit of activity, please, he tells Duda. And Duda can just push c5. He can do essentially whatever the heck he wants. He's got everything defended and redefended about 5 times. I mean, he's enjoying himself. He's enjoying every second of this conversion process, let me tell you. He doesn't want this to end. He doesn't want this game to end. He wants this position to last forever.
It's Duda the dude. But I think he actually does want to wrap this up as quickly as possible.
Right.
And that's what's amazing about the top players, that when they get these advantages, they get these winning positions, they don't slack on it. They want to finish it off. It's tough to win a winning position in chess. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda has just done that. He's played so accurately and flawlessly the last 5 moves, essentially from a better opening, just getting a near winning position already. And now he's deciding whether he trades on e6. Happy choices to be made. Daniel, do we stick around and see the end of this, or would you like to turn our attention to perhaps some of the other action that's
There are
on?
some juicy updates to give in the other games. So I just think a bird's eye view look would be great because the less interesting game, I think Jan is maybe even a little bit worse against Musard, but we'll wait for that game to develop because Jules Musard has a Herculean path to comeback. He has to win both of the remaining games and then the Armageddon. If something crazy happens there on the left side of your screen, we'll let you know. Wesley so suddenly has developed massive pressure against Levon Aronian. Another game that seemed to be fizzling out, and then suddenly I'm like, wait a second, what does Levon Aronian do? I think he's actually losing a pawn and is in very serious trouble against Wesley. Dmitry Andreikin conducting the initiative well against Fedoseev. I think he's got good winning chances on the green board there in the middle. Tanya, should we take a look at that Wesley game and see how bad things have become for Levon? Or do you have another preference?
No, let's do it. It's red alert on that board. Once again, that's the center board that we've got. We see Wesley. Levon just made his move, moving that bishop away from the trade. And you were talking about potential pawn falls. Now, there are tactics on the board where white can immediately pick up the d5 pawn, but oh wow, he does it. And I was just wondering if that's possible because queen takes knight, and then you've got all these light square weaknesses around your king. This looked far too dangerous to me, Daniel.
Now, I'll be honest with you, I somehow forgot, I'm going to rewind this to him, is that bishop f5 is even a thing. I somehow, in my mind, assumed that bishop takes b5 is forced, and then then black is genuinely in huge trouble. Levon, very nice move, keeping the bishop pair and tempting Wesley into this premature cashing in of his chips. Apparently the best move was to patiently slide the queen to b3 and take the pawn on better terms. Basically not allow black, as you said, control over these light squares around white's king. Now, that's in the past. Now that ship has sailed. What we're likely to see now, after queen takes d5, rook takes e7, we're likely to see Levon activating one of his pieces, right? Bishop h3, I think, is what a lot of the people watching want to play. Some of the people commentating want to play this move. I want to play bishop h3.
I want to play rook c8 as well.
Instinct. I think rook c8 is better, actually, because here there's bishop f1, and after the trade, black has a very tempting check on h1, but maybe this is not the cleanest path to full compensation, Tanya. As you're indicating, get all of the toys, all of the boys to the party here. Rook to c8, threatening a very nasty check on c1. Guess what?
How do you defend this?
I'm not convinced that white is in the driver's seat at all here. Or even in the passenger seat. White might be getting thrown out of the car. And Wesley might have just been too hasty in scoring that pawn on d5.
We're going to see this being played out. It's on the board. And now Levon has this choice. And the moment you spot the move rook c8, because bishop h3 was also my instinct to go first. But the moment you see rook c8, you can't unsee it because it has a really deadly threat. The white queen has to stay connected to that b5 bishop. It can't fall back into defense because you lose the bishop. Your rook e1 is not a happy move to make, but it might be the only move because you definitely don't want to allow rook c1, bishop h3, pinning that bishop on f1.
Oh, no. And black's king has this really nice Luft square on g7, and white doesn't have a dark squared bishop, right? That's the cruel irony. It's like, well, don't both players have the same weakness? No, because they have same colored bishops. A lot of the other games, by the way, developing really fast. Gregorio Pard is now in trouble. Serious trouble against Fabiano Caruana. And it looks like Dmitry Andreikin is about to score a victory against Vladimir Fedoseev. But this game is going to get really interesting as well. I'm so conflicted. Duda has won. It's official. He is our first victor. He has 2.5 points, the golden score. And what a convincing victory over Mikhail Antipov, whose Division 1 run comes to an end, but who will continue pressing his luck in the second division and can hold his head up high.
Love it. Jan Krzysztof Duda will join Alireza Firouzja, Magnus Carlsen, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in Division 1 tomorrow. It's shaping up nicely. And Daniel Hill, Levon's initiative is shaping up nicely because white's rook is forced to fall back to that home rank. And now there are ideas of course, what happened?
Jan blundered bigly on his board. Sorry, Tanya, I didn't mean to cut you off, but we might have to check into that game really quickly. Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Musard.
Let's do it because Jules' only hope is to get a dub in this one. And is that bishop on a6 lost?
Yes, he will get a dub in this game. And I'm so sorry to cut you off, Tanya. You've been making some great points in that other game, but this is huge because this is a win with the black pieces for Musard, who needs to find this move knight to b3. Look at these knights, just one going back, the other going forward. The elegance of his last two moves, if he plays knight b3, will be hard not to notice, and he does. And Jan can resign. Here's what just happened, Tanya. It was a pretty uncomfortable position for Nepo right out of the opening, but it was manageable. He plays rook c1, queen d6, and here he blunders with queen b5, retreating knight moves. How many times do we say that these are one of the hardest types of moves to find? One knight goes back, the other pony hops in to b3. Everything is hanging. Jan is just collapsing on all seams here. He is losing all of his pieces. I mean, just look at this. Knight takes d4. Musard is going to win, and he will be one white win away, which is a manageable task from forcing Armageddon. Well, not so fast, he tells Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And it's also for Jan, right? Because with white, you just have this feeling, I'm going to somehow hold this and just wrap up the match in 3 games. But then you have to fight another game. And Jan there looking a bit dejected on the camera. But once again, he tries to change the dynamics of the position, creating his own threats. He knew moving the rook is pointless. After knight takes pawn, the whole house collapses. That central knight on e5 would have fallen. The bishop on a6 hanging. The queen on e2 hanging. Knight to c6 at least creates some threats. It forces Jules to think. He doesn't take long.
But
he
not
snaps
for long.
up that bishop. Not for long, Daniel, because that queen is overloaded. It doesn't only have to protect that bishop on a6, but the bishop on d2 as well.
And it's a bad sign when Jan Nepomniachtchi is this far down on the clock. He's got 90 seconds. Jules is just going to play, rook takes d8, knight takes d2, and Jan will keep fighting for a couple of moves, but this is a pretty straightforward conversion because d4 is also going to fall. And once that falls, your king is going to get caught in the crosshairs of black's minor pieces. It's all but over here. I mean, this is a pretty straightforward task. And I'm also keeping an eye on our other big games, which are developing. Oparin is under a minute in crisis mode against Fabiano Caruana. Can we check into that game real fast? What do you think, Tanya?
Let's do it, because Fabi struggled to create any advantage against Oparin. And it looks like this could be the game, the decisive game. What's going on here? Fabi's pieces looking fabulous. That queen on e5, rook on b3 nicely placed. The material is level. White seems to have a healthy pawn structure. Why is this so bad for Oparin, Daniel?
Did you say the material is Levon? Just kidding. Levon's game, by the way, seems to be fizzling out into a draw, sort of predictable, but keeping an eye on that one. The problem is that White is in a huge bind. White just doesn't have any moves. And it's similar to the position from the first game. Remember when Fabi had that pawn majority? Except this time, the passed pawn actually might decide the game because the path forward is very clear. You can just play b4. You can also play g4. You can go after White's pawn chain here, but that's a riskier approach. Maybe just go b4 and rook c3. I think White is actually dead lost here, let alone the fact that he's got 20 seconds to 3 minutes. Fabi, only a miracle will save Grigori Oparin from a huge loss in this third game and a must win with the black pieces in game 4. Yeah,
it's incredible because at first when you look at this position, it looks worse for White, but it doesn't look completely busted. And then give Fabi 2 moves, b4, rook c3 on the board. Suddenly the c5 pawn is hanging, the b pawn is marching down the board. But Oparin's still trying to create some tricks of his own. 15 seconds on the clock. Can black just take on c1, take on d5, win a pawn, and win that queen pawn endgame?
The problem is at the end, there's queen b2 with a fork on the pawn and the king. But you can do all of that. Your point is well taken. Just ignore the d5 pawn and play b3, b2. And that was what Fabi was calculating, and it's over because b2 comes with the tempo. That's actually super important. Otherwise, White would create counterplay with his own pass pawn. But Black's like, my pawn is cooler than yours. And, well, sorry to break it to you, but it is. It's over.
And I think it's forced because queen b1, you've got this idea of queen e... I was going to say queen e3, but he goes queen c5. Oh, just picks up everything with checks. Because White doesn't have the home run. That's it.
Well done.
Fabiano Caruana finally breaks Oparin's defenses to take the lead, which means that Oparin has to win on demand the 4th game, an uphill task against a player like Fabi with the black pieces. Meanwhile, action is still on the other ones, and it looks like Levon Wesley are headed for their 3rd draw, Daniel.
And yeah, very likely because White is up a pawn. Black handsomely still up a pawn, but Black has compensation in the form of a more active king. I think the more interesting game is probably actually the Andreikin Fedoseev game, where Dmitry has been winning for a long time. He's been up 2 pawns and now he's up 1 pawn, but he's got piece activity. Only problem is he's down to 30 seconds. And he needs to find a way to push this pawn forward. He's got sort of the Fabiano problem with the pass pawn and no good way to push it forward. But he finds a way. He's going to get the queens off the board. And that bishop is going to roll out the red carpet. I don't think Fedoseev can hold this one. Yeah, I think this one is going to be a win for Dima.
Yeah, that's a beautiful bishop on b7, just dominating that knight on b4. You could also go rook b5, just keep that bishop there as well. Does it? The knight is further put out of the game as the c-pawn will now start marching up the board.
Yeah, this one's over. Let's go back to Wesley's game, actually, which is a lot more intriguing than I expected. Just when we think that it's going to fizzle out, because Andreikin has it under control. He's got an easy conversion.
This is
not obviously drawn. Whoa,
Not at all, Daniel.
Maybe it's winning for White.
It's the kind of position where Black has to make only moves. That h-pawn looks absolutely deadly assisted with that rook on g5, 8-6, rook g7. If the f-pawn was to move forward.
Yeah, that's his idea. But White has a lot of pawns. And after rook f5, he can win another one. And it's the classic method, Tanya. Give up the rook for Black's remaining pawn. And if you have enough pawns and they're far enough advanced, they can overwhelm even a rook.
I was thinking about rook g7 here, but I love this concept that you're saying. Just get greedy with the pawns and give up your rook in the end. The black king will be super far away. You'll have time to queen. Rook f5, really like that conversion.
Now, rook g7 probably also wins. He doesn't even need the third pawn. What he needs to do is use the tempi he has and push up the g pawn. It's totally winning. Levon
I think rook g7 is the more human move here. And then you can even think about pushing that h pawn one step ahead, forcing rook to h8. But then you have to calculate, right? Then it becomes a race, Daniel. Are you in time to protect that h pawn?
And he just spent time calculating that. That is exactly what he was thinking about. He gives a check. I think Levon has to try to run toward white's pawns. Just go king e6. Leave everything to the wolves. But his king is cut off, Tanya. He can go king e6, but he can't go any further. And now white's king can inch forward to g3.
But you'll have to swap the pawns. You have to give up that h7 pawn.
Doing? Apparently,
he does it the wrong way.
Apparently, this is a draw, but Levon's not going to hold this. There's no way Levon holds this with 2 seconds, right? Right? Maybe
probably even with more. You just don't. And he's shaking his head.
Rook h7 was a move repetition. This is wild. Now f4 should be winning for white, and f5 rook e6 is going to come.
Black's king is cut off, and white is just pushing pawns, assisted with his own king. How is Levon fighting it? Is there even a way the king goes to g6? You pick up the f6 pawn.
And rook e4.
You could go rook e4. Oh, and Levon reacts. He knows it. He was so close to saving this one. And finding that tactic as well, his chances as well in the middle game. And finally, Wesley takes the lead in this very close battle.
So many turnarounds in that game, and Levon had chances up until the very end. Wesley, kind of a sloppy conversion, trying to make it simple, but he pulls it off in the end. Huge win for Wesley So, but only one player has won the match in only 3 games, and that, of course, is JKD, who sends Mikhail Antipov packing to Division 2. He wins the match. Jan Nepomniachtchi, we thought he was going to win the match. No, he loses with white, but Jules Mussard has to pull off another miracle victory in the final game to force an Armageddon. The fact that he's still in this thing, pretty nice testament to how much of a beast the French Grandmaster is. Jan, speaking of beast.
Jan's got a beast wall just behind him right now. That's intimidating enough for most players to
Those
actually
eyes,
put up a fight.
though. What was that?
Yeah, and I think Jan was expecting this to be a match in 3. He needed a draw with the white pieces, but Jules keeps the game going. He needs to now create his chances with white. And meanwhile, for Wesley, he gets the big dub against Levon. Levon has to win on demand. And that was a difficult game to lose because you fight for so long and you play this these exceptional moves, keeps the game going. And then to lose at the end when you're so close to getting the draw, that hurts, Daniel.
And it hurts also because at some point we thought he had taken over the initiative when Wesley rushed knight takes d5. Levon breathed a sigh of relief, right? He had that initiative. He had, I think, ways that he could bail out if he wanted to. And the way that he chose to bail out was a little bit sloppy. He left Wesley with an extra pawn in the rook endgame, and the game dragged on, and he was low on time. And this is what Wesley can do so well that a lot of these top younger super GMs can do. Wesley's the OG. Along with Magnus, of just squeezing a win from a completely sterile, lifeless position. He just keeps it going, and eventually his opponent gets frustrated or gets nervous. And what a win for Wesley, but what a win for Jules Mussard. I'm going to keep an eye on that top game. Suddenly Jan has the black pieces, and he needs to go into focus mode because he was way too casual in that third game.
Wesley's an absolute beast, and I think many times a lot of people tend to underestimate him because of his style of play. It might feel a little not as ambitious as the other players. It sometimes feels that Wesley wants to lose less than how much he wants to win, and that makes him play a bit cagey. But when he gets his opportunity, there's no stopping him. There's a reason why we had a Magnus Carlsen Wesley So season end final in the Champions Chess Tour last year. He is an absolute beast in these formats. And right now, Jules Mussard needs to go on to beast mode. He has to win that last rapid game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan had a dominating 2-2-0 start. He needs to get the snacks going. It's the CrunchLabs Masters, but right now it's the Crunchable Masters for Jan Nepomniachtchi as he tries to get his energy for the final round, Daniel.
Lots of must-win situations, and you need some fuel. Gregorio Parno will need some fuel as well. He faces his longtime friend. He's been a second to Fabiano Caruana. Now he's his opponent, and he needs to be his vanquisher in the final game to force an Armageddon. But it's a very tall order because Fabi with white, he's not the kind of player who is going to just try to take this game out and make a quick draw. That's not how super GMs tend to do it. The common platitude states that, the best way to lose when all you need is a draw is to play for a draw. You want to play the same way that you normally play, but it's going to be a tough one for all of the players who need to win, including, of course, Vladimir Fedoseev. Here we go. The games are underway. It's a French, the same opening. It's in English, not the French. The same opening that led the French Grandmaster to victory against Hikaru Nakamura. And look at Jan. He's repeating Hikaru's opening choice. He's saying, I can do it better than you can, Mr. Nakamura, and we'll see. This better work.
It's the English by the Frenchman, and it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi was perhaps sitting out round one, but definitely following the action. So
yeah.
He had his eye out on the Hikaru match, and this is what he saw. C6, of course, it's with the idea to expand the center more. D5 at the right moment, but first Jan gets the pieces out. Knight F6 to reinforce the defense on that D5 square. Get your king to safety. I do like these positions for black, and Jules Moussad, he's the one who gets a D4 in. This is what he did against Hikaru as well. He got the central break in first.
But there's a critical difference, which is that Jan actually can go E4 and follow it up with D5. I think Hikaru just had an opening mix-up. He played castles instead of C6. And actually, Jan can also go D6, but he does go for the ambitious setup here, mirroring their structure from the first game, actually, right? That Sicilian, where Jan had this kind of opening wedge with the white pieces. This time he's got it with black. Jules, of course, has more meat on the bone here in terms of pressuring black's pawn on D5. I think the knight will come back to C3, and he will play this French style with a knight C3 and then queen to B3. So my misuse of the opening maybe was prophetic, but only due to my foolishness. Nothing else.
Always the prophet. But Daniel, you said the French style. I completely agree with you. We might see a trade on D5, put pressure on that D5 pawn, and an eventual F3 break as well to activate that bishop on G2 further to take part in the party against that D5 pawn.
The thing is, it just might not be enough. Again, it might not be enough juice here if Jan handles this well. If he plays H6 in this position, kind of asking the bishop, what are you doing? Like, if you're trading, okay, black has the bishop pair, the pawn on D4 will hang, and black can use that tempo to fully coordinate his pieces with the move queen to D7. Once you can manage to secure the D5 pawn, he plays queen D7 right away. White might start running out of targets here, and I think Jan's off to a very good start. This is precisely what he wanted with a game that he only needs to draw. Just put a rook on C8, you can play H6. Not optimistic here, Tanya, out of the opening for Jules.
A must-win game. You have to try to find your chances, and with his bishop on G2 stuck, blocked, black managing to get the coordination in his pieces, develop everything. The other rook about
Fabi
to come
blundered,
to C8.
by the way. Fabi just made a huge opening blunder. He blundered a pawn in the opening. Did Fabiano Caruana? Can we just do a breaking news alert here?
Let's do it, Daniel. Let's jump straight to that. How on earth does that even happen? I don't think I've seen Fabi blunder in a very long time.
This is an element. I mean, this is a completely elementary tactic. This is something you see in a rapid game once, every 50 games, maybe, by a player of his caliber. I mean, this is just crazy. And I saw the Eval bar drop. This triggered, this alerted me to the presence of something. And, well, what could it be? Look at this position. Great position for Fabi. He plays bishop G5. And he blunders. Knight takes even. What exactly did he miss? I don't think it was this move. I think he just thought, okay, bishop takes E7. You have to take with the queen, and I win your knight on E4. What's the flaw in the logic? You don't have to take back with the queen. You take back with the knight. Retreating knight moves. that opens up a defense on the knight on e4. And of course, if white does it the other way, black takes on g5. Grigori is up a full pawn. He's up a center pawn. Is he totally winning? No. But is he well on his way? Absolutely.
Well, you said elementary, right, when we got to this position, but it actually took me a couple of seconds to realize that knight takes bishop was the move. It's an easy miss, Daniel, especially when you're in this tempo of playing your opening moves quickly and just dashing them out, to forget about knight takes bishop and then connecting the bishop on b7 with that e4 knight. And the fact that Fabi slowed down, it's not compensation. It wasn't part of the plan. He just blundered this. It was just a blind spot by him. Bishop c2, but he's got to keep it going. He needs only a draw to wrap up this match.
Yeah, there's good news. There's a silver lining, which is that it's an extra pawn in the middle game, but it's not even the kind of extra pawn where it's like, okay, now it's entirely clear how I win the game, what the path is. Fabi, of course, has to keep pieces on the board. You do not want to oversimplify, just trade pieces and do black's bidding for him. But he doesn't. He goes knight bd2. His next move is going to be queen e2. He's going to play this the same way that he would play it if he wasn't down a pawn. a4, rook d1, and guess what? Converting this against Fabiano, yeah, you try doing it, So it's a bad blunder. It's a disastrous way to start the game. But Grigori Aparin is under no illusions that now it's smooth sailing and that the hard work is done.
But that said, it's pretty much a dream start. Just getting this gift when you're playing with the black pieces that you end up with an extra pawn, it's the most that you could ask for in an opening against Fabi, starting with black, needing a win to keep the match going. But of course, the task is not complete. The job is far from over. But Oparin has got his shot to take this to the Armageddon. Queen e2 played. The rook can come to d1. That knight can jump to e5. I really like the approach that you're talking about, Daniel, that just pretend like you're not down a pawn, take your pieces out as you can. But Aparin also, he's not playing cagey. He was eyeing that f4 square, which has been stopped, but at the cost of weakening the light squares around the king. And the bishop on b7 is beautifully placed for that.
And it's important on that note to realize, if you're down a pawn, that doesn't mean you never trade any pieces. It's not a dogma. And here we go. Knight e4. Fabi says, yeah, I'm okay trading some minor pieces because I want to eliminate this bishop on b7, which can be a huge problem down the line, Tanya, as you're indicating. The benefit of the move g3 is that he's restricting this knight, and later on he has this very thematic idea of advancing the h-pawn up the board, which can become possible if this knight disappears from f6, because then the path is clear. I like knight e4 a lot from Fabiano, showing us that you don't want to trade too many pieces when you're down material, but calculated trades can still be beneficial for you.
I don't see a way for black to actually avoid this trade. Oparin's thinking, but you can't happily allow white to take on f6 and destroy your own pawn structure on the king side. If you have to avoid the trade, then you have to move the knight away. Knight d5 comes to mind. But that would allow ideas for Fabi to get some sort of an initiative. I'm already thinking about that f3 knight jumping to g5, the queen from e2 landing on h5. That could get dangerous really quickly for black.
Oparin forgot about a takes b5. Now he's got to take with the queen, and now black has these gratuitous weaknesses that, he had no reason to create. Fabi can go rook a2 now, which it looks like a very awkward move, but it can be a part of a general campaign to start pressuring the a6 pawn. This old h4 idea is now made available. If you showed Fabi this position, given that he blundered the pawn, he'd be like, sign me up. I'm more than happy to get this. And now he's even okay with a queen trade because he believes that in the end game, he'd have excellent drawing chances, and he would. In fact, I think the end game is just flat out drawn because of how weak black's queenside pawns are.
And if black tries to avoid the endgame by falling back with the queen, white has got ideas of doubling up on the a file. It's so much easier for white to get to that a6 pawn than it is for black to create counter chances of his own, giving white a clear path. For example, queen to b6 would run into rook a2, rook a1. And maybe you could do that even now. And he does it, rook a2, defending the b2 pawn.
Black is stuck in limbo, Tanya, because you don't want to, you're darned if you do, darned if you don't. You don't want to trade queens, just conceptually speaking, because it's easier to attack the pawns. You don't want to not trade queens because you might allow white to play rook e to a1. You don't want to be stuck in this situation forever because, well, how are you making progress? The extra pawn is not going to win the game on its own.
You don't want to move your knight, allowing the white knight to e5, which makes it even more active. While white has still got that idea that you mentioned a while ago, right? If you just want to improve your position, you can even start pushing the h pawn up the board. Just pass the pawn.
Wow.
And it's not easy to make a move with black here because your pieces are already ideally placed right now.
I'm still adjusting to the fact that how quickly this turned and then turned again. You know, first you see the blunder, shock horror. You know, you lose the center pawn in the opening, and then just like that, 10 moves later, the situation is rectified. You could even pretend that you sacrificed the pawn now. That's how white has actually acquired real compensation. It's still insufficient. Black is better, obviously, but not that much better. And speaking of being that much better, I'm looking back at the Musard-Nepo game, which I was the most pessimistic about from the perspective of the player who needed to win. And now I actually might be the most optimistic about it. I think Musard has a clear advantage in the endgame, and he has some winning chances, actually. Could we briefly do a status update there and see if his winning chances are as realistic as, you know, I'm making them out to be?
Let's do it, because that's a big, big one. If Jules gets the win in, it goes into an Armageddon, and the momentum of the match completely shifts. So, Daniel, you're saying this endgame, white has managed to get some chances, and of course we see this queenside majority, right? You've got these 3 versus 2. Somewhere white wants to create a passer, a better bishop for white, because there are all these targets, that d5 pawn, a long-term weakness, meanwhile black having no targets. But is this enough? Is this going to be enough to get the full point in?
Probably not, but, you know, I'd give this sort of an 80-20, which I have pretty good odds for.
That's a lot.
When you're down 2-0 with 2 games remaining. How does white go about generating chances here? Well, the ideal is in some situation, you eventually make use of your 3-on-2 pawn majority. Easier said than done, because black currently has sort of a monopoly on this diagonal, and it's very, very hard to find the right moment to push through, you know, b5 and c6. There's a million logistical obstacles on the way to do that. Your bishop on g2 also needs to find a home that's actually appropriate. And if it drops back to f1, then the king is like, well, what about me? Do I not contribute at all to the winning effort? So it's hard to find an actual piece arrangement here. And Musard is also getting pressured on the clock. Yeah, when I look at this concretely, unless he finds something in this position, it's going to be hard to break Jan's defenses here.
He's trying to do just that. It's sort of like the end game where you know you're playing for 2 results, but the math situation is such that you need to play for only 1 result. And that's not an easy situation to be in. You also don't have the idea of knight f5, knight d6, something that came to my mind as soon as I saw the position, because there are tactics of knight takes pawn and a discovered attack on the knight.
Although actually there, maybe you have the 97, knight takes e5 idea, but your point is well taken. I mean, knight f5, also black can maybe defend in boring fashion with like king f8 and then play b6 at the right moment and undermine the pawn on c5. And again, even in a 2-on-1 situation, which ostensibly would favor white even more, you might run into a situation where you can never play a4 because black just like permanently controls that square and can even put a bishop on a4. This should be a draw. He trades on e6, which I can understand.
Surprised.
But it doesn't look great. I mean, this construction is very robust, Tanya, very hard to break down.
And one of the things why I'm surprised is because I was thinking that that d5 pawn is a bit of a target that white can use eventually in the endgame. Yes, you give black double pawns, but in some ways a better pawn formation because you take away a key weakness in the position. So now ideas like f3 will never really get that bishop anything. Musard is trying to get his king into play through the dark squares, king d2, king c3, king d4, king e5, but black will just need one move to stop all of it.
But if I could play devil's advocate, I mean, what is the ideal condition for what is it that Jules is hoping will happen? If he can have 3 moves in a row, king c3, king b3, a4, and b5, as you said, how does Jan prevent it though, right? Because if he puts his own bishop on a4, that has a clear drawback of giving white an alternate avenue of activating his bishop. you can play b6 at some point, but that's a very risky move to play because you're allowing the 2-on-1. So maybe it's a draw concretely, like maybe the engine is saying, okay, you can do this, this, and this, and you can hold the position. But Jan doesn't want to, jeopardize his position by relying too much on his calculation. This is an important moment for Nepo. He does not want to sleep through this endgame and give Jules the ideal setup, because then he's actually going to be in trouble.
But what
Needs
is
to
this,
find the
this,
right
and
approach.
this? I mean, you've just pointed out the plan for White here.
This?
All right. This is this. Jan Nepomniachtchi plays it, shows the way.
Oh, I think he wants to play.
I
This
think
is
he
what I
wants
was
to play
missing.
b5.
Exactly. I was thinking, okay, takes here. I'm going to put this on, but I just think b5 and black is a fortress, and that's it. The a4 square is going to be under control for time immemorial, like just for all of eternity. Black is going to
break this?
rip that square. Nicely done.
And that bishop on d7, it's a bad bishop, but often in these endgames, a bad bishop also plays a big role, and it's taking control of that a4 square. It's defending the b5 pawn. So it's not the ultimate bad bishop. In many ways, it's a great defensive piece in that structure, in that fortress that you just pointed out.
Yeah, looks like Jan will control his destiny here and make the draw. Looks like Fabio will make the draw. He's actually won the pawn back and has chances for an advantage. I think that now the best player with the best chances to win is Levon Aronian, actually, who's building up a very nice initiative against Wesley So. Fedoseev has a small advantage against Andreykin as well, so he's definitely in the fight to force an Armageddon as well. But I think that Jules's winning chances here are coming to an abrupt, an immediate end. This is over. I think Jan is actually now in the driver's seat, but all he needs is a draw.
Really great technique by Jan there. b6, a5. Notice how that a5 pawn and the bishop on d7 just take away any entry squares from that white king. The pawn on e5 doing its job as well, really. Doing its job really well. Daniel, I think we have to go to the Levon board. He has to win on demand. And I can see our bird's eye view. It looks like a crazy, crazy position. What on earth is happening here? That knight just got back from f6. I think you have to back up a little bit. And just do a little action replay for us to get our heads around what just happened.
Well, that knight didn't capture anything on f6. It just landed on f6. And he was, of course, hoping for g takes f6, queen h5 with a completely devastating attack. I mean, White is actually more than happy to sack two of his minor pieces because the rook and the queen will take care of business on the king side. Wesley, of course, was not born yesterday. He has been surviving attacks like this for many, many years, and he simply slinks away with his king. He says, be my guest, give me the check. It's a flashy move. What's your follow-up? Levon's like, I don't know. I'm just going to move back to e4 and pretend nothing happened. But this gives Wesley a chance to eliminate that dastardly bishop on b3, which was responsible for a lot of Black's troubles on the king side. Now rook d5 happens. Levon's like, no. I'm not recapturing the knight. I'm going after your dastardly bishop on d6. Queen c7, Wesley, as usual, computer-like precision, sliding the queen out of the pin. What is the idea, Tanya? The idea is he is going to evacuate his knight to c5, actually regardless of the piece with which Levon captures the bishop. And if he captures the knight and changes his mind, then h2 is also hanging. What a multi-purpose move. Queen c7 is an all-star move by Wesley So, who's also up almost a minute on the clock. Bravo.
I think we've had some more moves. If we see our live board, Levon did capture on d6 with the knight, and then knight a5. Keeping that queen. The c3 pawn is hanging, the knight also eyeing the c6 square. But I agree with you. Knight c5 felt like the natural retreat here. Levon's just going for Wesley's king right now. You take on c3, the f7 pawn is hanging. This is still very scary for Black.
You know, cracking the code of who has the best chances to force Armageddon is like solving the Agatha Christie detective novel. You think it's that guy, and you think it's that guy, and you go through every character in the book. Now, actually, the person I thought was least likely, Vladimir Fedoseev, because Andreykin is so solid with the black pieces, and they had just like a colorless endgame. Now Fedoseev is, I think, the most likely to win his game on demand because he's got a clear advantage in that endgame. Levon, though, has a very intimidating position, but he's got 40 seconds And if Wesley can get the knights off the board, if he can swap the last pair of minor pieces, I think Levon is running out of fuel for the fire, unless he can get a tactic of some sort against Black's king. I don't see it.
He's going to keep the knights on the board. You go knight b7, he's going to find a square for the knight to retreat to. Either knight goes to f5 or hits the queen from b5. Levon has to go all in with this position. Meanwhile, Jan Nepomuceno does get the job done. That one has ended in a draw. I have to say, Daniel, Division 1 is looking really good. Jan Krzysztof Duda and Jan Nepomuceno both in the party.
And deservedly so. They've demonstrated tremendous form. We didn't get that much of Jan Krzysztof Duda, and he's just such a treat to watch. Well-oiled machine, and he's going to have to continue demonstrating great form. Jan, not letting that loss get to him, right? Losing with white, you start thinking, is Jules going to do the impossible? Nah, calm down, everybody. He takes care of business with black, forces the draw, wins the match. Still great for Jules Mussard, who vanquished Hikaru Nakamura in the first mini-match. Knight c6. So he doesn't go directly for the knight trade. Instead, he gets his knight back onto a good square. 20 seconds for Levon. The pieces look great, Tanya, but where is the substance? Where are the results? Where is the tactic? Maybe you go knight f5 here and play some hope chess with knight takes h6.
It's on the board, I believe. So knight f5, creating, at least hinting at tactics around the black king. Well, first, also watch out for the home rank, because after a rook trade, there will be a rook e1 mate threatened. So he just sidesteps. I think this is a smart decision. Levon needs one of his own rooks to defend his king.
Well played by Wesley, getting the rook to e6, Tanya, protecting h6, shutting down any hopes that Levon may have for now. Of a freak tactic, of a sudden sacrifice of the knight. But Levon keeps poking and prodding and tickling and trying. He's got 5 seconds, though. That's not enough time.
He's shaking his head. I think he realizes it's not enough time and maybe not enough threats on the board to actually even create anything. Black has managed to regroup the pieces. The rook sits nicely on g6, defending the king side. The other rook captures the open rank. Levon sidesteps with the king, getting out of any back rank checkmates. But where are the ideas? At some point, he has to start advancing these central pawns.
Oh, no.
Wesley
Rookie
coming
6.
in with a knight. This is clinical by Wesley.
Rookie 6 will end it. This is also good. I mean, I think this is good enough to draw. Knight takes c3, but you got to be careful. Wesley could have ended it with rookie 6. He made a mistake there. Now he needs to be careful. He's got 30 seconds. Guess what, Tanya? Queen a8 is a scary threat, and that's why he brings his knight back with tempo. I think
Rookie
Wesley's got this in the bag. Queen c5 wins the rook. That's it.
He had to go rook e7 because it was defended with the knight. He played rook f. Oh my god! And Levon Aronian reacts.
Well, it was already looking pretty grim. We got to go to our other game though. It's in a time scramble, and so we might get 0 Armageddons. As Fabiano still technically playing, but he's got it in the bag against Oparin. This is the only intriguing game, and I think Andreykin has a draw. And if Andreykin draws, he takes the match. I don't think Fedoseev can do anything here. Why is Andreykin thinking? Got to go knight g7. And it's just a perpetual check. No, he blunders rook g6 he's played.
Why is that such a big blunder? He's threatening rook f6. It's not a checkmate in one because you do have that e5 square. This king looks extremely precarious. White is up an entire rook.
I'm just trying to figure out why knight g7 wasn't perpetual check. But instead of Fedoseev plays knight c5, and he's made it after rook f3. He's made it after rook f3.
There's no way to fight. Oh my goodness.
And knight e4, knight f8. And Black's knight is going to circle around with the mate.
It's inevitable.
Oh.
What a find. He set this up. Daniel down.
No, that's not the move though. Rook f2 now. Rook f2. This is pure nerves by both players. Rook f2 and white is still alive.
What is happening here? You take the f6?
But black is winning.
You win the rook? You win the rook?
And now black is the winning endgame. And remember, black only needs to draw. Black only needs to draw this game. He had mate in 2 with knight f8. I cannot believe he didn't play that.
Oh my goodness. After finding everything.
What? Andrejkin is trying to lose this game. Wow.
I mean, we're gonna do an action replay and a slow motion of everything that we just saw because those were some crazy moves coming in.
A3 though, he finds a tough positional move with just seconds on the clock. Dmitry Andrejkin now stepping up to the plate, saying, "All right, Mr. Commentator, let me show you what I got."
But what have you got? The h5 pawn is falling. He's going knight c3 and winning the a2 pawn.
Oh my God.
Pawn will decide the game.
Rook g2 and a2.
Push
Rook a1,
that pawn. Knight b1.
pawn.
Knight b1 is coming in.
Although h6 and h7, it's still not over. h7, you
check.
cannot stop the pawn.
There's no check on the board. You go
C5,
knight d2, knight. You
such a
can't go
hard
knight
move
d2.
to find.
Oh, I just
Fedoseev
blundered the
is
queen
better.
in one.
Fedoseev has winning. This is insane. I cannot believe what I am seeing right now. Knight d6. Vladimir Fedoseev now has winning chances.
If Fedoseev wins, it goes into an Armageddon. And how many ups and downs have we seen in this one? This is a complete roller coaster. It's still not over because it's only one extra pawn.
King b6, though, he's finding only moves to hold
King
the game
b5?
for now. King b5 he has to find. King b5.
But you play King
a5.
Okay, King a5. That's fine. That's fine.
Looks like it's still a draw, but now Andrejkin.
Ooh,
Yeah,
b4 is a big threat. B4
King
was a
e5
check
though.
in one. He had to go
God.
knight e4. Rook e3, b4 was a checkmate in one.
No, King a6. What is he doing? Oh, he blundered.
And Andrejkin
Now-
finally finds a knight jumps and takes on b4, and that's it. And look at Andrejkin. What a game this has been. He can't believe it himself.
And yet Fedoseev can't believe it, but has a very different way of expressing his disbelief. My voice is hoarse. What did we just see? What did we just see?
Absolute chaos is what we just witnessed.
Oh my
Tanya,
gosh.
can you believe it?
That might be one of the greatest finales ever. And it started in such an innocuous fashion. He finds a really nice perpetual. He doesn't deliver the perpetual. Fedoseev is winning
Look
in
at
one
him.
move.
Look at
Andrejkin
him.
is mate. What is this? And he's going to win.
Well, yeah. And there you have it. It's celebration for Andrejkin, but agony for Fedoseev. What a roller coaster of a game this was, Daniel.
Are you kidding me? And I got to show just the critical moments here, starting from the perpetual that was missed by Andrejkin. Now, we don't have time to cover everything, but I'll set it up. Let's review the results. First, Tanya, maybe you take it away. This will take me some time to process.
I'm still looking at Andrejkin on the camera, and he's just so emotive about the win that he just had because it was a crazy, crazy battle which sees him go through to Division 1. That was the big prize for today, and Andrejkin, he makes it through. Meanwhile, Jan Nepomniachtchi gets the job done in the fourth game, holds it with a draw. He advances through. Wesley So winning 3-1. Levon Aronian so close to making a comeback, taking it to the Armageddon. But Wesley So, the hardest player to beat on the planet, proving it time and time again. Meanwhile, oh my God, Daniel, that ending between Andrejkin and Fedoseev. My head is buzzing right now. And the final result, Fabi makes it through as well. Division 1 looking very, very cool right now. Take us through those final moments. What happened there?
Man, why do these CCT tournaments always produce the craziest time scrambles? Things you just cannot even think of. You cannot script this any better in Hollywood. So it all starts with a really nice perpetual that Andrejkin had. Okay, this is nice, but it's not something to write home about. He sacrifices a rook to get a perpetual check, which he could have delivered with knight g7 check. Okay, great. Here he can just repeat moves of the knight, and if Fedoseev takes, there's this very pretty mating construction, rook g6 and knight g7. Instead, he plays rook g6, maybe because he thought this is forced mate, hard to say. And here Fedoseev is winning, but with a very difficult move, right? Even with a minute on the clock, you have to find a quiet move, king e5, getting out of the checking zone of the rook. And the point is that after rook f6, you have this move knight to b4, and black is not in time to spring the mating trap. After rook takes f3, it may appear that f6 is unstoppable. No, it is not. You can give up one of your your only minor piece, but you can break the cage and you're left with an extra exchange and most importantly, a free and wide open king. Instead, he played the move knight to c5, allowing Andrejkin to set up the mating threat. Here, there is no way to give up the knight, but Fedoseev finds knight e4. And here, knight f8 was made in 2. It was the same move that Andrejkin made, Tanya, except the difference is, after rook f2, you're also threatening an additional knight checkmate. Instead, he played knight g7. It's the only knight move that doesn't threaten a mate. And after rook f2, suddenly the game is on again. Unbelievable. Then we had more twists and turns. But finally, after they promoted, can you believe this position? The fact that after a1 equals queen h7, it's actually white who seems to be in the driver's seat.
Incredible. I'm trying to get my head around each one of the moves that you were just breaking down. That was absolute chaos on the board. One hot game of chess. It is the summer of chess, I want to say, Daniel. This has been hot excitement, hot chess from the very start. And if in everyone's watching, your summer bucket list includes getting a sick tan. I think that's on everyone's summer bucket list. And also improving your chess. Well, Chess.com can help you with one of those things. No prizes for guessing which one of them, but you can kick your game up a notch with a 50% off premium membership, including a very cool 7-day free trial. That's unlimited game reviews, unlimited puzzles, lessons, and more, plus a breezy, easy breezy, ad-free experience for all your beachside chess games. No better way to spend your time on the beach apart from playing more chess. No code needed. Anyone with a basic membership can claim this offer. Use the command SUMMER or visit go.chess.com/summer. Offer right now. Get all your details there for your summer tan and improve your chess. Well, we've been improving our chess, watching the action from these greats play out some of their best moves. What a day it's been. We will be back in just a few with Fabiano Caruana. We've got an interview coming up. Send in your questions for Fabi.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
All right, first game we're gonna play is rapid fire.
All right.
I'm gonna name a sport, and you're gonna tell me who the greatest player is. Basketball.
Kobe.
Kobe, all right. Baseball.
Shoot. Well, the ones who play at the St. Louis Cardinals, they have some young players. I think was Mike Matheny a player?
Mike Matheny?
Yeah, I like him. Yeah.
Okay.
I meet him also.
What about soccer?
Lionel Messi, because he's very consistent.
Okay.
Also, since back in college days, he was already number one, and he's still until recently number one.
Football.
Mahomes, I watch him. I watch also his commercials.
Okay. Tennis.
Djokovic.
All right, I love it. Golf.
I guess everyone says Tiger Woods, but there's this very pretty girl, Paige Spiranak.
All right, I like it. All right, what about poker?
I only know Jennifer Shahade. yeah, I only know her and Grischuk. So.
You hear that, Jen Shahade? You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT of poker. All right. Chess.
Danny Rensch.
Okay, come on. You're the best. I appreciate it. I'm going to say Wesley So then.
You said favorite, right?
The favorite? Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT?
GOAT?
Yeah.
Hard to choose. I'd say Fischer for now. But okay. I suppose the right answer is Carlsen, but I'll say Fischer because he's American.
Okay. Chess boxing?
I'll pick my boy Kanti.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, he hasn't done it yet, but I think he might be one of the greatest ever when he's done.
Probably, yeah. He's pretty good.
Your favorite movie?
Well, say Lord of the Rings first comes to mind.
Okay.
Classic. I can watch it over and over again. But I like the
the newest the Batman.
Okay.
3 hours long, the
I
latest
like,
one. So
I like it.
Yeah, I think
It
it's the
was
best
good.
Batman movie ever.
Okay. Favorite TV show?
Is The Crown a TV show?
The Crown? Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna go watch it right after this tournament, the latest season. I love it.
That's great. That's great. Favorite author?
I'd say Sam Shankland if he writes more books. Okay. Well, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Like, I really want to read Levi Rosman's book, so I'll get there one day.
Well, on Levi, I'll ask you, who's your favorite chess creator?
Well, Hikaru. I love his Twitch streams. Although since his Twitch websites, I've been following him less.
Yeah.
But when he was in Twitch, like, I enjoyed watching his Title Tuesday streams, especially. Like,
Blitz or classical?
Classical.
Online or OTB?
Over the board.
E4 or D4?
E4.
Fischer or Kasparov?
Yeah, hard question, but I go with Fischer at the moment.
Closed or open positions?
Open positions.
Searching for Bobby Fischer, the movie, or The Queen's Gambit on Netflix?
Yeah, it's a tough question, but I go with The Queen's Gambit.
Okay.
Joining us in our studio is Fabiano Caruana after securing his spot in Division 1. Fabi, along with a good day in office, a win against Grischuk, a win against Aparit. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was a good day, and it's good to finally be back in Division 1 after a long break, because in the first two legs of the Champions Tour, I didn't do very well, and in both tournaments. And so it's good that I'm now in the fight, at least for something, and I think I played pretty well today, and also played pretty well yesterday.
You've been playing pretty well for quite a while right now. You're also fresh out of your victory in the Grand Chess Tour. You seem to be having a great week, Fabi.
Yeah, no, I was playing well there, and I was also feeling pretty good about it. But I wasn't sure if my form would carry over, and it seems like at least the quality mostly was there today. I mean, I did blunder a clear pawn in the opening, which was a little bit unnecessary. But besides that, the quality today was quite good, and against Grischuk, I think I played well. And I had a tough choice yesterday because I had to choose between Grischuk, between Levon, and between Fedoseev, and I really wasn't sure what the right decision is there. I kind of went with my gut, but I really was having trouble deciding between those three.
And how much time do you guys get to actually decide your player who you want to play against?
I think like a few seconds. I mean, I told them I need a few more seconds now because it's a tough choice. They're all great players. Levon, of course, I know personally pretty well as well. So he wasn't really an option for me because also we worked together a bit. So I thought it wouldn't make sense to choose him. So between Fedoseev and Grischuk, I think they're both very dangerous. Grischuk is perhaps a little bit more established, but I also prefer players I'm a bit more familiar with. And with Grischuk, we've played so many times. While with Fedoseev, we've played a little bit less. So that's mostly why I went for that decision.
You said you're more comfortable with players you're familiar with. Well, your second round opponent today, you were playing against Aparin, your good friend, your second, very familiar with him. but we thought that might be a little awkward because you guys know each other's opening so well. You understand, you know each other. How was that? How was it playing against Aparin?
Yeah, it's a bit awkward also because we know each other's openings and we've worked together in the very recent, just a few days ago, in the very recent past. So it's hard to choose openings. We have a little bit of experience because we played the American Cup, the first match together. And so in that match, I was thinking, like, what do I even play on the first move? So there's some kind of mutual understanding not to go for stuff that we've looked at together very, very in depth. And that's why you saw some slightly random openings, like I was playing knight f3, b3 in the second game, and he was playing c4 and knight c3 and d3 and all these kind of moves, which you can't really prepare for, so you just get a game. But yeah, of course, if it was my choice, I wouldn't have picked Grigori. But it was a forced pairing because he was the fifth person to pick, if you want to call it picking, because he was automatically paired against me. And actually, I wasn't sure because I think like the previous one, who was it? I think Andrejkin was deciding between Fedoseev and myself, and he chose. I wasn't sure if he would pick Fedoseev or me because also Andrejkin is a tough opponent for me, and about 2 years ago we played a match and he beat me, so I thought maybe he would remember those fond memories of that match and pick me, but he decided to go for Fedoseev, and I got automatically paired with Grigori.
We keep talking about this concept of actually picking your opponent, and it's sort of a double-edged sword, right? Because yes, you get to pick who you want to play against, but then you have to prove your pick as well. Is that fun for a player to get to choose who you're playing against, or would you rather just let destiny decide?
Yeah, that's a good question. I really don't know because sometimes the weight of decision also takes some energy from you. And if you're just given your opponent, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, you can't really blame yourself if, let's say, your opponent starts to beat you very heavily. It wasn't in your hands. And like last time I chose Velimir Ivic, and I thought it's a very logical choice because he was the lowest rated player among the people I was picking. But then he beat me. And it shows that there's no like easy pairing. So even if you think that you're making the right decision, you can still be proven wrong. And so yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, sometimes it also feels nice to just not have it in your hands. You're just given what you're given, and then you have to go and play.
And you got the job done today. Fabi, you're into Division 1 and it's shaped up incredibly with all the players who are fighting there. It's looking really good. It's going to be amazing to watch. And you're going to be playing against Alireza tomorrow. Looking ahead into that matchup, tell us, what do you think will be some of the key factors, and how do you look ahead at playing against Alireza?
Well, I like playing Alireza because it's always a huge fight. He's a very ambitious player. He's a very sharp player, so you know what you're getting. You're going to get a really big fight, whether you win or lose. And we have a lot of experience against each other. Even recently, we played in the Grand Chess Tour event in Zagreb, and there he did beat me in 2 blitz games. We drew the rapid game. In one game, I donated a free rook when I was up a rook, and then I just gave it away in one move. So I'm looking to get a little bit of revenge for that. But yeah, he's a very tough opponent. Our matches have been back and forth. I mean, I think last year I won a very, very up and down match against him, where I was losing the first game, and somehow won. And then the second game was also some crazy stuff. I had a queen against, I think, 2 rooks and a bishop, and it was some wild game as well. So I'm looking forward to a tough match and hopefully an exciting one.
So can we expect some crazy stuff on the board? Well, we always do when Alireza is playing, but yeah, we look forward to more of that tomorrow. So you're expecting some fireworks on the board?
Well, anything's possible, but I wouldn't be too surprised if we get some crazy stuff.
Fabi, you got some very fun questions from chat, so I'm going to ask you a couple of those. And the first one is from, gosh, I'm going to butcher this, but I think it's Ailwin Chess. And Ailwin Chess is asking, does Fabi think about what he'll say on his podcast during an OTB game?
Not really, because I'm still I'm not so accustomed to the role of commentator, even though I've dabbled a bit. As you know, we did commentary together last year for the World Championship, and I did also some commentary the previous one with Robert and Danny. So I've had some experience in the commentary role and also with the podcast, but I don't. It doesn't come naturally to me. Like I'm not thinking about commentating my games. I'm thinking about playing them, and then once I get into like the talking about games role, then I'll start to talk about them. But I'm definitely not thinking about it during playing.
You make it look very natural, and we all love the podcast. But I have to ask you, so when when you're playing the game and you feel you're really close to the result and you feel like you had it in your bag, the clickbait titles or the questions you want to ask, none of that comes into your mind?
No, we don't do
Gotta be
clickbait.
honest.
And I also don't choose the titles whatsoever. There might be like some clickbait, but I don't choose the titles whatsoever. So it's not a very natural role for me. Like I do enjoy talking about chess, and talking about tournaments and everything that's going on in the chess world, but it's still very much a kind of less natural role for me than just playing.
All right, Fabi, love the podcast, love the chess you bring to the board. And my final question, another chat question before we let you go. We know it's been a long day. It's by Undeveloping. I hope that has nothing to do with not developing when he's playing chess, but his username is Undeveloping. Would you rather play a game with multiple brilliant moves or a 99% accuracy game? That's an interesting one.
It depends. Do I win or not? I care about winning, and I don't care as much about the contents of the game.
What if you win both? In both cases, you end up winning the game. So do you want to get the brilliancies in or the accuracy in?
I'll take the brilliancies. It does feel nice to play a game which is absolutely perfect. Like I recently lost a game like that against Magnus. He played a game without any inaccuracies in Norway chess. And I didn't even play badly, which was it felt a bit unfair because he just played such a good game that I made one mistake in the entire game, and so that feels good, but it's so rare to get like those beautiful sacrifices or rare exquisite combinations I would say I would go for that.
All right, well, we love seeing the brilliancies as well on the board, and we look forward to seeing some of those tomorrow as all of you take to Division 1. Thank you so much, Fabi, for joining us, and good luck. Fabiano Caruana there joining the big party that starts tomorrow in Division 1. And what a division it's shaping up to be. Daniel, take a look at the juicy matchups that are coming our way. It's Alireza versus Fabi. We've got JKD against Wesley So, Magnus against Jan. That's a rematch of the 2021 World Championship. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Andreikin. Hard to pick, but which one catches your attention? Which one is going to be the
sorry, I hate to be the broken record here, the predictable Andy, but Magnus versus Nepo. Anytime we get a rematch like that, it doesn't matter the tournament, the forum, the format, and the forum is a serious one. I mean, we already know that Jan has been in excellent form. Is this one of the times that he proves himself, that he shows himself to be superior? He's going to have a chip on his shoulder. He's played this whole event with a chip on his shoulder, Tanya, so he doesn't need any more motivation. But he will definitely have more motivation. Magnus, coming off of that loss to Alireza Firouzja in May, he's got a chip on his shoulder. Alireza versus Fabi, that was a great interview. It's going to be unmissable action. Thank God it's Friday tomorrow, because you will not want to miss a single moment of any of those matches.
It was TGIT when we started. It's TGIF tomorrow, and you got the easy pick. You just picked Magnus versus Jan. But Daniel, I think what Fabi said as well, Fabi versus Alireza is going to be quite the fireworks. It always is when Alireza joins the party. But Fabi just showing incredible class and form lately, especially in speed chess. Fireworks all around. It's going to be a massive day of chess. And Daniel, before we wrap up for the day, going into the big divisions tomorrow, your final thoughts on the action that we just saw and the one player who impressed you the most?
Well, so many players impressed me for different reasons. I mean, we had so many upsets. Jules Moussard, defeated Hikaru, but then went down. Jan Krzysztof Duda, he's going to be one to watch. A huge shout out to Jan, who I think has shown the best overall form across these 2 days. But Fabiano Caruana also, his constant improvement in fast time controls and his steady and excellent form after a very difficult end to the candidates deserves a lot of admiration. So a lot of individual stories to follow, which is what makes this so magical. You don't just have to root for Magnus, right? You don't just have to root for the top rated guy. You can choose your favorites and you can watch your favorites. Sometimes do well, sometimes do badly. There are highs and lows, but for the chess fan, there are only highs. And today was one of those days that just featured nonstop entertainment. And I'm sure tomorrow will be one of those days as well. A lot of it thanks to your excellent commentary, Tanya. So these 4 hours, 5 hours went by in a flash, as they always do.
It's past midnight in India, and I just don't realize how the time goes by. Daniel, the chess has been amazing. You have been amazing. Chat, as always, also amazing. We got some great questions, and of course, the players bringing in the awesomeness. We've seen heartbreaks, we've seen celebrations, we've seen so much action, and all of it continues. Daniel and I will be watching from the ringside as David Howell and Robert Haas take the call to bring you the action. It's a big day coming up. We'll see you then. Goodbye, chat.